death, the destroyer of worlds.
They have made a beginning, a brave beginning that can build a mighty structure for peace.
In the dignity and worth of the human rights of men.
1947 symbolized the rebirth of a nation after the slumber of centuries.
In sedate and sober strength, seeking no one's land.
In the Charter of the United Nations, to lift men everywhere to a higher standard of life and to a greater enjoyment of freedom.
Who owns the patent on this vaccine?
The people, I would say. There is no patent. Could you patent the sun?
We have to learn to think in a new way. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what steps can we take to prevent a military contest of which the issue must be disastrous to all parties?
The armaments and military equipment sent to Cuba are designed exclusively for defensive purposes.
I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia,
Go. Yinsei, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, work, go for undocking.
It's one small step for man, giant leap for mankind.
All the people around the world are ICANN. And if you believe that we must end nuclear weapons before they end us, if you believe we really can, we'll end this long nuclear nightmare through the power of people, then you are ICANN.
We're being brave.
Meaning at downstream is a shows social construct.
Want to understand it today.
People, that is the fifth
world can do together.
Is one of the few NGOs that I invite.
The organization we celebrate today emerged only after immense suffering. It took 2 world wars, millions of deaths, and the horrors of the Holocaust for world leaders to commit.
Hello?
Hi, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Ivo. Nice to see you.
Hello.
I do not see anything except the list of participants. Is there a moment when I see your faces?
You should see us now, Byron. You're not seeing us?
We haven't got it yet.
Okay. Sometimes that is
Find a panelist.
really evasive.
We only get is the list of participants, a planetary moment.
If I can ask you to do an Alt-Tab and look and see what else is there on your desktop, because it sometimes reduces to a small icon.
We got it.
Okay.
Aha. Victory.
Yeah.
Got you. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you again. Thank you for joining us, man.
So, great. So we got Ivo and we got Gary. That's terrific.
Stefan and Zlatko are on the way in.
Right. Maybe I'll lower this even further.
We had quite a discussion yesterday, Phoebe. It's really quite interesting.
We have a sunny day here. Imagine a sunny day.
Hi, Zlatko.
Hello.
Good. Excellent. Hello.
Hi, Zlatko.
Hi, Vaida. How are you, my dear?
Oh, we're fine. We're, as I say, sunny day here.
Great.
No, well, yeah.
You have sunny day up there in Riga?
I'm out in the countryside. Forests all around.
That's great. Ivo would probably envy. I just came back from Istria, from Rovinj.
Wow.
I was in Istria and Rovinj. Can you imagine, Ivo? I mean, I was so close to you. I mean,
did you enjoy?
Terrible. But you know, the good thing about Rovinj is the weather and Rovinj itself. The bad thing is that you are still, your restaurants and coffee bars are closed. And here in Sarajevo, I mean, we have bad weather, but the restaurants are opened.
Everything's open. Good grief, we're in deep lockdown here. Absolutely deep lockdown. This is why my hair is all up in the air. Nothing.
I don't know.
Absolutely no. Only essential services. No contact, etc., etc. Very strict.
Yeah, we have also quite big restrictions here in Croatia, but I think it's going better, a little bit better.
You're planning
and of course,
to
everything's open in New York.
Everything's open.
There's no cases here.
Really?
No, I'm joking. No, we have as many cases as we had last April now. But the restaurant reopened indoor as of St. Valentine's Day because, you know, the economy is more important than anything else. So,
of course, fearless Americans.
We see that the world is very diverse, isn't it? Even in this one aspect.
I'm actually going to Canada tomorrow, because as of 22nd, there will be a mandatory stay at the hotel to come in Canada. And my dad is not well, so I want to go now before so that it's I can be there. Stefan, you had your hand up.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah, didn't you have your hand up? I thought you wanted to talk.
No, I'm fine. I just want to say hello to you. And it's nice to get reconnected. And even though this digital format is a little bit weird for me, but it's fine. And it's on the other side, it makes an office work extremely efficient. Instead of traveling 6-8 hours to one spot, I have about 6 to 8 conferences a day, and I can get it all together after 12-14 hours. I'm just flat like a tire, but it's extremely efficient.
It's extremely efficient, but it's crazy because it's
you
go to your laptop, you sit there, you eat in front of the laptop, You come back to the laptop and then you go to bed, and then this is you and the laptop.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
But the point is, one doesn't
How
save
long this
time.
relationship can last.
The time we have saved in traveling, we have made up in the frequency and in the length of these connections.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, I haven't got a minute's more time than before. I suspect that throughout the last year, I have less time to myself than I ever had before.
Same here.
My experience.
It's probably, Vaira, because you're taking more obligations than before. Because now you don't travel, I mean, and you have a feeling that, I mean, it's a piece of cake to get someplace and to have a, can you imagine that we are convening wherever in the world, I mean, we are here now, we would be, I mean, logistics would be time consuming more than the content. And of course, we would be probably, you know, spending who knows how
Zlatko, you know
time.
very well that you are co-responsible of all these initiatives that at least I have been involved in, that we feeling that we are isolated and we can't do anything face to face. I think we're getting hyperactive on the distance contacting, absolutely hyperactive.
I'll take
what
it
helps
back.
me.
Greetings to all. Hi all.
Hello. Nice to see you, Faris.
Great background.
Just wait a couple of minutes more because we're still missing quite a few members of our team. 1, 2. We're missing 2. So
Faris, you look so distant to us because you took a perspective in your picture. So I have a feeling that I'm in the same room, but with you. You look like far away from here, regardless of the fact that we're just 300-400 meters away from each other.
Actually, it shows a higher perspective of the Bosniak Institute, where I'm sitting now.
Well, I think we should get started then, and hope the others join us shortly. We're going to take a slightly different direction. I can't say this morning because it's already 7:30 at night where I am, or this afternoon where Chantaline, it's still morning for you, right? An afternoon in Europe. We've talked a good deal about the past, and we reflected on it on the first day, for sure, in that video, and in many of the conversations. And we've talked a good deal about the present. In fact, we have a session today, a long session today on the pandemic, 2-hour session with quite a few speakers exploring different dimensions of the pandemic. But now we'd really like to look at the future, rather, how do we get there? Depending on our time frame, if we look for the last 12 years since the financial crisis suddenly was upon us, things have been quite a roller coaster ride since then. Even when we thought we were gaining some momentum, we hit another hill. We had Obama, and then suddenly we found ourselves with Trump and going in exactly the other direction. And it's natural that we, even the best of our futurists would be totally confused and baffled about what's coming. We're not really here today to predict or prophesize what the future is going to be, but we are here to reflect on what we can do to let's say, capitalize on whatever the current situation is to generate some positive momentum to make it much better than it has been in the last few years. And we've seen enough in history to know that sometimes it's taken the greatest intensity of challenges to propel us in the right direction. Right back from 2 world wars and a Great Depression it took to give birth to the UN system. and the the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It took 30 years of horrendous Cold War to give birth to the internet, the World Wide Web rather, which would never have existed, the EU, a phenomenal accomplishment in global history, the World Trade Organization, and the many positive developments in the 90s. And now the question is, how can we mobilize both the opportunities and the challenges? Ketan Patel has been mentioning yesterday that in the last, 70 years, we've added 4 billion people to the population. We're also within about 10 years of almost total connectivity of the global population. We've seen that the pandemic brought not only unprecedented challenges, but it generated a momentum that really couldn't have been predicted even just a year or let's say 14, 15 months ago, to do an about face and reversal or breakthrough on some issues that have been, or some positions that have been resisting change for decades. I'm talking about the idea of shareholder profit, which finally even the WEF came back to say, well, we've made a slight miscalculation. The purpose of a business is not simply to benefit the shareholders. Or investment houses like BlackRock, which finally said that the SDGs matter and sustainability does matter, and we're going to invest seriously in it and withdraw from the opposite. And we had one just a few days ago when General Motors announced that they're phasing out petroleum-based vehicles in the next 5 years and trying to become a leader in an field that they have been resisting ardently as long as they could. We know that though the MOOCs were born and really took off and gained momentum back around 2015, most of the universities done everything they could to pretend they don't exist and to resist adapting. And yet in the last 1 year, we had a very interesting session on it last night. In the last 1 year, virtually every leading university in the world and many way down the line have gone and shown that they could convert and offer quality education online, though certainly the transition had its challenges. So we know that whatever the difficulties may be, depending on how we respond to them, there are possibilities to leverage the pressure. And then very significantly, what happened with quantitative easing. We saw that in 2008, just to save the financial system, the Fed broke all the rules of public spending in order to bail out the society, not bail out the homeowners who had lost their homes, but bail out the banks. And now we bounced back with serious efforts at a Green Deal or a Green New Deal, and the idea, breaking the old orthodoxy that we must not break these limits because eventually, sometime in the future, inflation's going to come and rear its head. And we're entertaining investment strategies that have simply been off the table since the Great Depression, really. So there are opportunities been created. And the question we'd like to explore today is how could we take this situation, for better or worse, and generate the maximum momentum to do what we know needs to be done. And of course, many of you are already engaged in efforts to do that, and that's very valid, and we'd like to hear about them. But we'd like to think really big and think, what could we do at the global level? What can the UN system do? What can WAAS do? What can the civil society organizations do? What can academia do? What can the nations of the world do to really make the most of this situation to make as much progress as we can on issues that we know are not going to go away. And I think if we look back, maybe because even though I'm not living there, America is a center of my perspective. But just since November 8th, was it, or whatever it was, the election day, the amount of change has been quite extraordinary. US is suddenly going back into Paris Accord. Suddenly, just when the arms control treaty was about to expire, Biden and Putin come back and renew it for another 5 years. We do see a wave, and the question is, how can we build that wave? And then, of course, on January, what was it, 21st or 22nd, the first time nuclear weapons have been banned, officially banned by 50 countries in the world. These are things that we were not seeing for decades, let alone all in a scope of a couple of weeks or a couple of months. So the question is, what could we do to build it further? What could we do to build this momentum and take it further? And I'd like to, we've got a wonderful, wonderful group here tonight, or today, or this morning, wherever we are. And I'd like to start with, most of you have been, been very active in the academy, in the conference already, so I'll dispense with formal introductions again. But Vayara, can I ask you to start off and share with us your thoughts?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Gary. First of all, congratulations to the WAAS for this grandiose way of celebrating a 60th anniversary. It has been part of the intellectual leadership in the world, and I understand, but when you talk about the momentum that the world currently needs in order to move forward, that momentum has to start with the leadership of ideas. The United Nations, the 75 years of which we have also been recently celebrating, and the various bodies that are under its aegis, have really managed the impossible in terms of putting forth the Sustainable Development Goals and a variety of other clear and precise aims towards which the nations of the world should be moving. One of the things that this movement lacks is an ability to enforce the good ideas that have been put forth, the excellent ideas that actually the General Assembly has, at great difficulty and at great trouble and effort, managed to sign on to, but there is lacking a mechanism whereby countries that do not follow on the agreed on plan simply have gone their own way, and all we can do is sort of throw up our arms or pull our hair or sigh deeply, but that's about the size of it. I'd like to speak about the question of quality of leadership and the quality of followers. First of all, leadership means nothing unless leaders, be they leaders of ideas, leaders of armies, leaders of countries or of regions, they do need committed followers, followers that accept the goals and the aims, not necessarily without question, but bowing to the will of the majority. That has been a principle that has taken humanity an enormous length of time to accept, and that sadly, even today, is not accepted worldwide. So first of all, I think the sort of variety of approaches to governance across the world today is, in my eyes, the major obstacle to making planet-wide progress more effective and speedier than it is now. By the way, here again, I must say that the United Nations have achieved more than one might have expected from them under these circumstances. It has been close to a miracle to have agreed to various aspects. Both the Paris Accord and the SDGs are truly remarkable accomplishments. But we saw what happened when somebody does not like some aspect of some international agreement, like Mr. Trump. He simply steps off the boat and walks off in a different direction. And that means that the most powerful country in the world for 4 years was sort of not part of that army of change that we'd like to envision moving forward. In other places like China, we have very strong leadership and we have a system of governments whereby citizens, to be polite about it, are not encouraged to manifest disagreement with the decisions of the leadership and the directions they have chosen. Quite the contrary. Dissidence is not tolerated and can have rather severe penalties. We see in cases where leaders and followers sort of get out of step, as was the case in Belarus, as is now the case in Myanmar, with the Navalny case in Russia, with America, a variety of events in the United States, of the nation, the people, if you like, going into the streets, a substantial portion of the population being ready to go out in the streets and to take power to themselves. But if we look and analyze what were the stimuli, the sort of the sparks that set the tinder flame for manifestations, for popular manifestations, we realize that sometimes they are informative, an informative use of modern technology, and we all, those who believe in democracy, could say this is something where the people are asking for their rights, because what we want in the world is a future where individual persons are considered of equal value and individuals have rights, not just obligations. And of course, we also want to live on a planet that can survive the onslaught that the human species, by its rapid multiplication, is placing as a charge on this planet. In either case, what we find are entirely different narratives that drive people out in the street. And sometimes there are those that, from our pure point of view, I think we share, a lot of us, similar views. We would consider that legitimate requests for honest elections, where every vote counts and every citizen can consider that they have participated in a global decision-making process, when this has been grossly ignored by those currently holding power, or by those who were in the background, as in Myanmar, frankly, holding the power, if you like, with a lighter hand, and now doing it with a heavier hand. In those cases, we sympathize with these people. But when on the 6th of January, a mob, an undisciplined mob, attacked a visible symbol of democratic governance in the United States, we did not approve. But when we look at the reasons and the sparks that set it off, they were information that was available to these people. And what we find is that when we think about paradigm change, and paradigm change in the direction of making humanity safer and making the planet more habitable for a longer time, we have completely different ideas. Even about the pandemic, there are people who deny it even exists. There are people who deny that there have been so many deaths and so forth. So the question of leadership and followership. The ability of followers to find confidence and trust in those who lead them is becoming a crucial aspect. And the ability to tell truth from fiction is going to become increasingly acute in the future. And this is where scientists have something to say, but I think psychologists should be working hard to see what it is that convinces people and why is it so easy to convince them sometimes of clearly illogical conclusions? Question mark.
As usual, you end with a provocative comment. Thank you, Madam President. It's always a pleasure to listen to you so thoughtfully and perceptively. And you mentioned something, you touched on an issue which I did not mention, and I think it's very important that I should have. And that is that one of the things we see now is a level of social activity and activism that we have not seen for decades. It expressed with Occupy Wall Street and then kind of faded out for a while, and now it's come back with Fridays for the Future and what's going on everywhere. And I think the point you have made, or one of the points you've made, is that how do we direct that energy? The energy's been released. The sense of dissatisfaction with what exists is now being vocally expressed. And how do we direct that energy positively is really the critical challenge.
Exactly.
That's the momentum. Either it's going to generate more conflict or it's going to generate a positive momentum for social growth. And that's a really good way of positioning the question before us. When I met Harlan Cleveland when he was back in '92, when he was president of the World Academy, I started talking to him about a phenomenon that I thought was very important, and it's what we call the revolution of rising expectations. And he smiled to me and he said, "Do you know where that comes from, that phrase?" I said, "No, I don't really know it all." And I took down the Bartlett's familiar quotations, and this phrase was attributed to Harlan when he was working for the US State Department in East Asia around 1950, when he saw Japan and Korea, suddenly Hong Kong and the East Asian, what became the Tigers, suddenly becoming aware of how far behind they were the rest of the world, and releasing a tremendous energy to catch up. And about 6 months later, I was passing through Delhi and I met a very distinguished security expert from the Indian government, who later became a fellow of the Academy and a very dear friend. And when I mentioned this phrase to him, the revolution of rising expectations, he said, "Yes, it's a very, very powerful force. But it has another side to it. Because when the gap between the expectations and the reality becomes, the greater it is, the more energy it releases. But when the gap gets too great, that it leads to a perception that that what we really want is just out of reach, then you end up getting frustration. And then you get the energies, instead of driving development, you get it spreading off in frustration, anger, resentment, and blaming somebody or other. So the question of how we manage these energies is really a core issue. Now I'd like to ask Chantaline, please share some thoughts with us, how you think we can channel these energies. This is your job, right?
Yeah, well, part of my job. Yes, exactly. And thank you so much, Vaira. Very great setting the stage. I'd like to build on what you've said. And I am, when people ask me, would we be able now to achieve the agreement we had in 2015 on Paris Agreement, on the SDGs? And don't forget, on financing for development as well. We had a tremendous year, and we also had the Sendai framework for disaster reduction, which now is coming back and showing its importance. All of these 4 agreements were agreed by all of our nation in 2015. And it would not, if you look at it objectively, it would be maybe now with the new management, but even then, I don't think we could get this agreement. So the universe kind of allowed us in 2015 to have the right constellation of stars to actually get these goals. And this is one of the reasons why I'm so optimistic about them. Now, in terms of, UNCTAD has done a lot of work in terms of the financial crisis versus this crisis, economic crisis, it turns out to be now. And there's major differences. And guess what? You know, one of my interns this summer, I asked them to look at how green and gender responsive the stimulus packages are now compared to the financial crisis. Because now we have the SDGs, we didn't have the SDGs. And so despite the fact that we have these super ambitious, never before goals, the stimulus packages, and I have to give the caveat that most countries are still in support mode as opposed to relaunching the economy mode, right? But still, the stimulus packages are less green than they were during the financial crisis so far, and they are less gender responsive. I mean, none of them were gender responsive. So it seems like we managed to get the goal, and it gets back to what you were saying, Vaira, but it doesn't sink into the decision-making process. It doesn't change our pattern of thinking and then implementing the policies that need to be put out. So the question then becomes, how do we make that happen, right? And Gary and Nila and others were kind enough to invite me on the panel on Monday, where there was a young man, can't remember his name, on the panel, and he mentioned the youth and a partnership with the youth. And if you talk about this an energy that's been unleashed, and a lot of that energy comes from our youth, and they see it. And the reason I'm mentioning it is because they are our best ally, because we have already $13 trillion have been printed and helicoptered in on our economy. This is creating 2 things. One, it's basically that money is going to do one of 2 things. Either settle us for the next 50 years in the economic system that we have, which is brown and deliver for the few at the expense of the majority and the planet, or it's going to help accelerate the transition towards the SDGs and where we really want to be. And for that, who's the better placed people than our youth to help us do this transition and advocate and ensure that we get there? And these trillions do not go in the old, but go in the new economy that deliver for all and not at the expense of the planet. And we need a major advocacy right now, because these trillions are still being allocated. I'm not talking about those that are there to support the workers and the job, because these need to be there. But even some of these could be used to allow this just transition towards renewable energy as opposed to fossil fuel energy, and towards sustainable agriculture instead of, you know, the intensive agriculture, chemical intensive agriculture we've been practicing. It could be helping towards there's a real education system that of the 21st century that actually train our student to be prepared for the job market of the 21st century. It could actually be used to ensure that the health system is universal and nobody has to worry that they actually can lose their job and lose the insurance at the same time, or then the gig economy have no social protection whatsoever. So I think it's extremely important. We have once in a generation opportunity. And then Amina Mohamed, our DSG, mentioned it several times, and I totally concur with her. I'm a trained agricultural and trade economist. I did not see in all my career an opportunity to change the trade regime. We have an opportunity now, right now, to change the trade regime. We have a woman that says that she emphasized the economic empowerment of women in trade agreements. We are just talking about the reform of these trade agreements. We're talking about the reform of the investment agreement related to the industrial policies, related to the digital policies. We're going to be reviewing those in the next 5 years. These need to be done. Either we're going to have stranded asset and stuck with the whole economy for the decades to come, or we're going to be accelerating and have a new economic and financial system that actually going to help us get there. And so I'm not exactly sure, Gary, except for the fact that we need the youth with us to ensure that, and we provide the scientific evidence, the what type of new economics for sustainable development get us there, what type of policy, but not just the type of policy for the just transition. And I think I've said that in a previous talk, but we kind of know which policy work. We economists have worked on cost-effective and efficient policy, right? The problem is, how do we ensure that a government that gets elected every 4 years, and as you said, Vaira, needs their population behind them, actually can put in place these policies when there's going to be sometime costs in the short term, and then the benefit will be more in the medium and longer term. And this is what we need to focus on, is how do you transition? What are the policy and the measure and the mechanism for the transition to these carbon neutral, SDG compliant markets? So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Chantaline, and thank you for particularly reminding us of one of the greatest positives we have is we have an awakened youth, I think, at a level we haven't seen since the 60s. And that's a force to reckon with if we can mobilize it in the right direction. I'm glad, Mila, you have joined us. I'm going to ask you to join me with in the moderation because Jonathan has not come, and I'm a little wary of exhausting my what's left of my voice. But Stefan, energize us now and convince us that the challenges of the moment can really be converted into a positive momentum, because you've got a genie in your pocket.
No, I'm not so sure, Gary. First of all, thanks for having me and joining this session. When I first read this topic, I got a little bit scared because I feel a little bit agnostic, if not to say ignorant, to answer that question about leadership for planetary momentum. And so I was sitting down and said, well, let me think about discussion memories from Ivo, from Gary, you, from Winston, and from Alberto I had over the last 10 years trying to answer this question. And I'm just mentioning some bullet points and then leave it with that for the debate. Should we discuss, when we talk about leadership, about the new systems clash? The new systems clash between open societies and human-centered societies on one side and digital autocracies on the other? Should we discuss digitization as the third culture who can be a big integrator for all of us? Should we discuss this entire topic of leadership for planetary momentum on a philosophical level of something beyond necessity and chance, looking for the right opportunities? Should we discuss it, that Chantal mentioned it, looking at the right financial system in place required in order to shift from the fossil into a green economy? Or should we talk about a narrative? Meaning, I think the selection advantage of humans is not the opposition of the thumb, not talking, not thinking, not emotions, not the capacity to collaborate. Ants and apps can do that too. Our selection advantage is that we have the capacity to tell each other stories about something that actually doesn't even exist. Fictitious stories about God and about money, to take two of them, we all believe in. And suddenly we start coordinating large cohorts of millions and billions of people towards the right future. I'm a financial expert on one side, and I'm a medical doctor running a hospital ground zero in the COVID mess at the moment at the same time. I have the feeling, for me personally, when we're talking about leadership for planetary momentum, I would prefer talking about the narrative on one side and on the financial schema on the other, which is one of the WAAS initiatives we've been running since 5 years, the Tower of Finance. And I think we have a comprehensive financial narrative to particularly and specifically describing and allowing that shift Chantal mentioned from the old to the new economy, from a brown economy to a green economy. And I will leave it with these notes, and I'm looking forward for a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. I thought you were going to save us with the Tao of Finance, and because you've got the answer in your pocket. But,
yeah, we do have, you know, the point is, when we talk about finance, these formats of 3 to 5 minutes makes it extremely complicated and partly even destructive. Yet yesterday I spoke with parliamentarians in Berlin about it, and they gave me 45 minutes. And then and I feel a little bit kind of scared to say, I think we have one of the components with the Tower of Finance at hand. We have one of the components in hand in order to create a financial environment where we can allow the shift from one age to the other, from a fossil age to a post-fossil age. We have the financial engineering, we have the securitizations, we have the monetary and fiscal policy at hand, and I'm happy to discuss that more in details with you or in a separate forum. But I feel a little bit hesitant to speak 2 or 3 minutes quickly on the Tower of Finance. But please, if some of you are interested in wanting to have more information about it, please do not hesitate to contact me, and I can provide you with tables and figures and 1-pagers and 2-pagers and UN talks and whatever it's necessary. But I'm getting more and more convinced over the last months. I've been mentioning this on Monday in our introductory session, that we got approved over and over again that we are, with our approach, Gary, on the right track. We have the tool. We have the tools in hand.
And say it, Stefan. And don't worry. Then say it, please.
Oh, in 2 or 3 minutes. In 2 or 3 minutes, we need for the SDGs as a rough roadmap for the future, roughly 4 to 5 trillion US dollar on additional liquidity. We can partly do that with private money, with the private capital market, but about 2/3 of the SDGs are global commons. They are not eligible to be privatized. Otherwise, we're ending in a completely different world. Nobody really wants here in this panel. So if we want to go to finance our commons, we have to think about introducing a parallel currency system, either driven by digital tokens or by central bank digital currencies, parallelization and digitalization of these currency systems with the distributive ledger technology, basically blockchain technology, 4th generation, that basically abolishes illicit transactions, corruption, fraud, shadow economy, and targets investments and targets consumptions and targets the entire SDGs towards where we want them to, where we want it to go. And this can be done, by the way, this can be done with less than 200 staff in less than 18 months. I've been in contact with the corporate world. I've been in contact with regulators, and the feedback I'm getting when I speak with people from BITS, IMF, and World Bank is, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right, but we're the wrong address. You have to go to the ministry and the Department of Finance to get that approval. So we are in between the chairs, between the regulators and the financial officers and the White House, basically, so the executive offices, to make that happen.
If I understand you correctly, we have a solution in hand. The world has a solution in hand, and a lot of the central banks know it already. And what we need is to convert this pressure of this circumstance into a positive momentum that will push us over the brim the way it pushed GM to suddenly renounce 100 years of, literally 100 years of their investment in the petroleum-based transport industry. And the same with business and BlackRock and everybody else. So that's the topic for us. if we can't finish it in an hour or an hour and a half, we don't mind taking a week and listening to you and working out that strategy. There is if there's an answer, even for a critical part of it, we need to come with that. And at least I'm talking the academy, we can't stop until we've explored every possibility. At least you put it on the table now, which is all I was asking. So thank you for that. And sorry if I gave you a rough time on it.
That's okay. That's okay.
Phoebe, you're actively working, and I can't even put my mind around all of the initiatives that you're involved with, all of them trying to have an impact, all of them trying to break through the resistances and take the ideas, these fabulous goals, and make them a reality. What do you think we can do to generate greater momentum, to push through? Whether it's what you can do, or the EU can do, or the academy can do, or civil society can do, or the world can do, what are, not just wishful thinking, but what can we do that we're not doing yet? Please.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for inviting me in these exciting talks and the very interesting contributions from all the speakers. I am an optimist, and I believe in the human race. And what I believe is that there is the will to move forward, but we lack capacity. We don't know how. And because the how is important, I think it makes sense to refer to two reports that I am involved in, and that showcase the transformations for the sustainability transition at this point in time, that we consider it to be once in a century opportunity to put wealth growth in the right pathway, in a sustainable pathway for the prosperity of people and nature. The first report is the Lancet COVID-19 Commission report. A few days ago, we've launched the second statement of this commission. The commission is led by Jeff Sachs and has a number of commissioners. I am one of them, and I am the co-chair of the Green Recovery Task Force. This commission calls for 3 urgent actions in the COVID-19 response. The first one is that all regions with high rates of new COVID-19 cases, including the US and the EU, should intensify measures to minimize community transmission alongside rapid deployment of COVID-19 vaccines. The second recommendation is that governments should urgently and fully fund WHO and the access to COVID-19 tools accelerator, including the COVAX. Since April 2020, the Accelerator Partnership, launched by WHO and partners, has supported the fastest, most coordinated and successful global effort in history to develop tools to fight a disease. The third recommendation is that G20 countries should empower the International Monetary Fund and multilateral development banks to increase the scale of financing and debt relief. With regards to this, we say in particular that the IMF and multilateral development banks, the World Bank and regional development banks were created for such emergencies, and we welcome the possibility of a new allocation of special drawing rights, the reserves currency of the IMF. So the IMF should supplement the international reserves of IMF member states, and a new allocation of special drawing rights could be particularly important, will be particularly important for countries that face balance of payment shortfalls in the context of COVID-19 and could be mobilized in innovative ways to increase the financial capacity of COVAX. The three priorities: containment of transmission, rapid vaccination, and emergency finance, will require improved global cooperation. So now more than ever, the multilateral system must be supported to work efficiently to deliver know-how and COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and other vital supplies to all nations. And to do that, we need multilateral cooperation and technical training and active sharing of best practices and full deployment of international policy tools. This is the general recommendations from this global commission for COVID-19. And with regards to green recovery, we state that this is a turning point for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. And we understand that countries are facing the trade-off of whether they should provide the stimulus spending in order to provide immediate support to maintain business as usual versus transformative spending focused on accelerating the transition to a jobs-based, green and digital economy and inclusive society. But we argue that it's important to go green and sustainable and inclusive because of three main reasons. First of all, we know by recent simulations of the effect of green recovery worldwide that green economic stimulus is more growth enhancing than return to normal stimulus, because return to normal stimulus will merely boost the unsustainable current consumption for production partners. We also say that we need to recover green to avoid significant risk of extreme weather events and poverty for hundreds of millions of people due to the impact of climate change, as we all know. And thirdly, we need to recover green to reduce the likelihood of future pandemics. It is important to understand and integrate the connection between environmental and public health agendas in policy making. Cleaning up unsustainable supply chains and production processes that lead to deforestation and biodiversity threats can help reduce the risk of future zoonotic diseases and pandemics.
We think. Can I ask you a question? Sorry, because we're going to.
Yes. Yes, please.
You've got a wonderful program and you've got really sensible, solid answers. Let me just ask you in the last minute, what more can we do to sell this one? I'm totally agree with what you're saying, but what more can we do to build on that?
As I said before, Gary, and this is what we detail in the first United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network European report, is the pathways, the transformation pathways. We need to showcase which technologies, which financial tools, and with which budget we are going to implement this transformation. It is not enough to say the SDGs. It is not enough to say the 9 European Green Deal policies. We need to connect the two, and in this report, we show that the two are mirror image, and then construct for the policymakers, the politicians, the financial institutions, the NGOs, the businesses, the pathways. People need help in constructing the pathways because this is a science-hungry,
data-hungry business. And there is no capacity in the world to do that. Let me give you an example to showcase how we can help. Since the 1980s,
sorry, we're already running behind, so we're not gonna have time for the example, though I would love to hear it. I'm sure we all
okay.
But we won't miss you. We'll come back, and if not in this discussion, we won't leave until we've heard the rest of this. If not in this session, in sometime else, because we really want to understand what we can do to be a lever to multiply the efforts. And I know it's not a fair question to ask you in the limited time available. But I'd like to be sure that we finish with the other speakers. Mila,
yeah, my main point is that we need to build capacity fast and efficiently. The expertise are there. We need to streamline them where they can be of greater use. The expertise, we have the expertise, but they are not diffused in the right channels, and the institutions and the nations do not have explicit pathways to follow.
So the resources are there, the capacity, ultimately the potential is there. We're not mobilizing the resources and all with the necessary knowledge and will to make it happen. And so that's an answer, and the Academy would like to really work with you and discuss further what can be done to accelerate this process. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mila?
Thank you. Thank you. What I'm noticing here is something that Stefan poignantly pointed out, that we are trying to respond to something that we are not prepared for. We didn't anticipate necessarily, or partially anticipated, or half anticipated. And we are trying to do something that doesn't really exist, or become something that is unknown to us. A part of that story that I hear from these exquisite panelists and contributors is that we're zooming out on the global context. But the coming three speakers could share with us something very contextualized, especially all three speakers are coming from the Balkans, and from a very dramatic history of separations and trying to reunite the knowledge and the social forces to see how we can go forward. And that's another situation that is being replicated now or exacerbated now through the pandemic, that we see nation states kind of scurrying and scrambling to take care of their domains in the face of the health crises. But at the same time, we need global collaboration. This is a really misaligned or crooked approach and the struggle that we're facing. And all I'm asking for is not that we necessarily have the answers at this point, as Stefan pointed out, but that we have at least those experiences from the context to share those perspectives and what it is that we can learn in what is apparently a new process of social learning that is happening in this panel, and it's happening globally, and it's happening nationally, and also amongst disciplines and professional associations. Just like Phoebe pointed out, this is what we can offer, but how do we build the capacities and pathways to scale up and scale out? So I'm gonna call on His Excellency Ivo, who is the former president of Croatia. If you can speak to us what it is that we have learned through the strife and struggle and the strenuous attempts to reintegrate better, I would say, and also speak to the topic, what kind of leadership would take to reintegrate us. If anybody knows that, I think we from this region know the painstaking effort for cultural shift. Ivo, please. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Ivo, we love you. Just unmute yourself.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Thank you very much. So thank you for the invitation to participate on this conference. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the World Academy for 60 years of very successful business they're doing in science, social sciences, in politics. and hope we are going to continue in next several hundred years. Firstly, I would like to stress that we always quote this wording, historia est magistra vitae. Unfortunately, history teaches only one important thing, that we don't learn from history. Humanity is repeating and repeating wars, unfair treatment, mistakes in communication, personal mistakes, and so on and so on. So I don't think that experience from the wars, from pandemics, from all other dramatic moments from our history will be used positively, definitely positively, yes. So I think that leadership is very important to really accept knowledge from the history, because many leaders, former leaders, very easily forget what happened and what should we not repeat. The Balkans wars are probably the best example. Yes, I heard many optimistic scenarios about the future after COVID and during the COVID. What can we do? What are possibilities, new possibilities? What are challenges? And optimism about how to respond to challenges. But I'm not very sure that it really happened, especially because we are witnessing very dramatic changement in our societies, in global societies, and in particular society states all around the world. Can you imagine that Trump, after all he did in the mandate, had 70 million of voters? 70 million. Can you imagine that he had so many people in Europe, in European Union, who admire him? Some European leaders supporting him even today. How can you explain that in this modern society, we have contemporary society, having all new technologies, new knowledges, beautiful books, humanities, art, pieces of art. We have more and more people hating on internet. Nationalistic, religious hate is a big portion of our internet network. So unfortunately, I think that different type of leadership is needed more than ever. I ask myself whether we are going back to some kind of new Middle Ages, because you can easily find even today so many people being against vaccination, or thinking that Earth is flat, or whatever. So I think human society, human race is now imperiled not only by climate changements, wars, or whatever, but it's imperiled by a new, very conservative state of mind. Conservative and wrong, that's very important. So the leadership, modern leadership, should be very efficient against the tendency to remove human race from prospect, from prosperity, from new technologies, from new knowledges, from modern democratic societies to new Middle Ages. So what I consider as the most important thing for modern leaders is to have a very clear agenda about values. What are the most important values today? And especially politicians should be in accordance with those values. Firstly, of course, like always, I stress that leaders, political leaders especially, should fight for the peace. Peace is the most important value for human race. Then, of course, we have human rights, modern human rights. Unfortunately, not human majority today enjoy human rights as we understand human rights in Europe. The situation all around the globe is even dramatic in many, many countries. Then, of course, we have to be aware, or leaders should be aware about solidarity, especially in connection of this pandemic now with in having in mind COVID pandemic. Then, of course, we are facing in many parts of countries in many parts of the world with extremism, with nationalism and unilateralism, selfishness of politicians themselves and selfishness of some states and societies, not capable to lead politics in frames of multilateralism. So multilateralism is also one of values that should be expected from modern leadership. And there are many other values, but I would like to stress care about the young generation. Especially in this very moment, young generation is imperiled because educational systems are now very weak because of pandemic, because of new techniques of education. I have opportunity to witness myself because I have lectures and exams via internet. It's quite different. The knowledge is lower than before. There are no communication. Social skills are different and diminished. And definitely economy is changed, and sooner or later we are going to recognize that many working places are going to be lost. Not only because of economical power, but because of changement in structure. That means that many young people, relatively young people who were educated for one type of economy, tomorrow will be in position to understand that their skills are not worth anymore. So I will finish my speech with thesis that today is very important and very dangerous checkpoint for humanity, and this checkpoint needs leadership based on positive human values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You bring about a very important question of the values, and I think that's what builds on what Stefan was discussing. He is speaking about a narrative. We need a narrative, right? But we also need precise strategies for systems change. If we had indeed a narrative that we can all connect to and agree on, a new paradigm of values, then his 3 to 4 minute explanation would be possible, right? But only then he would get a full hour for a systems change strategy. This is the problem that we're seeing, and you're pointing that out. We don't have a common framework that is globally accepted, a new set of values that we can all connect to. And you rightfully so point out the education of the youth. I would add re-educating and unlearning of the adults in the new system of values. That's what's necessary, right? And you point out the 71 or 72, I mean, these numbers could be rising, of the voters for Trump, and we are taken aghast and taken aback, like kind of taken by surprise, which shouldn't be. If we're practicing a science of society and better study of social forces, that's what we need to know in order to understand what kind of new paradigm, and that is cultural change, we need in order to mobilize everybody. Leadership of solidarity and inclusivity is going to have to incorporate 72 million of voters for Trump, and also all other social forces that have risen. They have their own logic while they risen in response to what? And that is the question, that is the setting up of the stage and the question I have for Zlatko, but I've served this so that I can hear kind of Zlatko's response. The reason I'm calling on him is because he comes from a wonderful organization, Nizami Ganjavi International Center, that His Excellency Vaira is co-chairing, that is actually focused on convening that experience of politicians, policymakers, to come together at a higher level for the renewed, redefined multilateralism to say, what have we learned? What is our oversight? What were our blind spots? How can we truly integrate all the leadership at that level going forward? Zlatko, I'm staging your comment because I would really like a response to this. So you have some time to be generous. I would like to call on Faris, whose specialty is actually medical field. Faris, if you want to address the current meta context of health crisis, or I know Ivo has staged things for you as well on the question of education, and if we can be succinct and strategically kind of focused, that would be great.
So you want me to start, Mila?
I'm asking for Zlatko to, I'm giving you time to think about what you want to share, but I'm calling on Faris now.
Good. Okay. That's a very good idea. I mean, I'll start thinking.
To be kind while being tough.
Good idea. Good idea. I mean, maybe it's time for, thank you for giving me good time to think. Okay, good. Faris, please, you don't have to think, you just go.
Thank you. Faris, please. Unmute yourself, sir.
Faris.
Thank you.
Faris.
Do we hear each other? Yes? Respected chairman and co-chairman, dear Gary and Mila, I would like to greet you and greet the dear all here presenting at this session. And I would like to say that I'm very honored to be present and participant in this session. I wrote a small paper and I titled it "The Manager as a Leader in a New World Paradigm." But from the very beginning, just to congratulate the congratulation for the 16th anniversary of the World Academy of Art and Science. And as I said, it's a very privileged to be here. After the outbreak of coronavirus disease, social contacts were drastically reduced, and an obligation was imposed for a completely new way of life and interpersonal interaction. Managers are forced to completely change the concept of organization and management of business structures in order to prevent the spread of the infection through virtual platforms. This kind of sudden changes in business and life resulted with the multiple problems and challenges. Indra Leroy, the Executive Director of Human Capital Practice in Deloitte Consulting, in October 2020, during the BBC Work Life, said more than half of the global workforce is working remotely, and their pandemic continues to threat health. We are looking at the prolonged period of hybrid working from office or home in different proportions. In virtual world, we have high level of information that are not systemized, so the leaders have a big task to prevent this kind of unorganization and provide correct way of information and selection. Even though we have optimized algorithms that help us find and connect different subjects that we are searching for, we have to have self-awareness and knowledge that can save our time and direct us to learn and inform ourselves. The positive effects are certainly the possibility of faster action and finalization of assignments from the comfort of our lab, thus creating safe atmosphere for ourselves and our loved ones. Reduced movement resulted in better fight against this new vicious virus. Digital transformation in every segment of life and business is inevitable and unavoidable change. Despite this fact, it's a very negative effect on a person's psychophysical health. Isolation and reduced physical contacts between individuals made people feel lonely and depressed. Abolishing freedom of movement, even for the benefit of the community, did not prove to be the best solution. According to the definition of the World Health Organization, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being rather than merely the absence of disease or illness. Therefore, after such a historical reversal, we can ask ourselves what consequences the appearance of new virus will leave on humanity. We have big tasks in front of us. We have to start by changing our own working environment that we have control over and fit to modern flows. In given circumstances, operative management diminish according to the potential of virtual space. And strategic management become more important and coming closer to leadership. The leaders and strategic managers have two main questions to ask. What is ahead of us? The first one, and what is going on when the pandemic stops as the first question, and the second one, what we have to do if nothing changes.
Thank you, Faris. I don't know if there's an issue with disconnect or you have rounded off the questions. The panelists can hear me, right?
Yeah,
So
we
it's
do
not
hear.
on my side. It's not on my side. What I want to recognize here quickly is the question of management, which I think the leadership cannot be equated to management anymore. We are going to be in serious trouble if we're not able to conceive of a different kind of leadership. That's one question, which is going to go to Zlatko as well, and another, of course, of that social contact. And the virus is this terrible, vicious virus. I mean, what can we learn from the intelligence of virus and the way it spreads? What kind of cultural coding do we need to match spreading solidarity, empathy, and mobilize the leadership learning from the situation? Zlatko, please.
Well, Mila, thank you very much. I hope you hear me. It's very challenging what you put in front of me. First, I took very serious preparation for this event. And I prepared myself, but then I started listening what other people were talking, and then it completely flipped me to think in different categories, which is good.
That's what needs to happen to all of us.
That's of course what it is. And then you told me to think again, and then before I started, while I was thinking, Faris stopped talking, so I have to answer to your another question. I'll just give you.
You froze. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to move forward. So if you have specific points that you want to bring back, we'll have only a couple of minutes at the end to round this off. So your questions were poignant and powerful. It lead us forward. Zlatko, please.
Now, what I want to say is, as a reflection of what you said, I just forgot what I was preparing to, because I'll just reflect a little bit on what I heard so far. I think that it is very important that if we want to go forward, if we really want to tackle something which is called leadership for planetary momentum, we have to have big, hairy goal. We have to have big thing. We have to think big. And the pandemic behind us and history that we learned, there's giving us a lot of big reasons to think differently. I don't want to make comparison with Black Plague that gave birth to Renaissance and then later in time Enlightenment. I don't want to talk about World War II, that 75 years ago give additional push to create a completely new multilateral system where we are still witnessing today. So obviously this pandemic is giving us a lot of reasons to think big. We had, as Phoebe was mentioning clearly about sustainable development goals, we already, even without pandemic, we had a big hairy goal that we should go for. And SDGs and Agenda 2030 for itself, it's very, very big reason to go through. Now, since we are now talking about 60th anniversary, I want to congratulate Gary to you and all founding fathers of WAAS. But at the same time, I just want to remind you that 60 years ago, President Kennedy put the United States on a mission to the future. And I'll quote, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decides out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. No single space project in this period will be more impressive to mankind or more important for the long-range exploration of the space, and none will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish." So our generation moonshot is right now in front of us, and this is not going to Mars or living on the moon. It's basically speaking of having a shared future in shared societies in this very sustainable planet. So I think that it is very important that we go for our next Apollo. Our next Apollo is actually us living here in this planet, and we have this big hairy goal, which is SDGs in front of us. Now the question is, how are we going to do it? It requires, as we all said, different type and new type of leadership. New type of leadership that is not only goal-oriented, but is significantly values-based, which is based on a certain set of values that lead us into something which we can call more fair, more just, more, let's say, solidarity-based society. more than this one that we are having. We all know that we are not interested in going back to the old normal. We are not interested in reconstructing what we left a year ago, because anyway, we thought that what we had a year ago has to be radically changed. So now this is, I think, that's why we require, and I completely agree with all of you that we require something which I can call, let's say, as you called the Gary, leadership for planetary momentum, but it requires not only science and technology in Aristotle's way of meaning. It doesn't require, Phoebe, it doesn't require only episteme techne. Forgive me if my pronunciation is not so well, but it is requiring wisdom. It is requiring promises, as well as while making something which we call response with resoluteness in thinking, in talking, and finally walking on very long and winding road to SDGs for the beginning. Our first moon station will be SDGs 2030, be completed as soon as possible. And that I see that as a leadership that requires three interconnected paths. First one is relief and resilience. That's what we have to do, right? To relieve ourselves and to be resilient. The second element of leadership should be targeted to restoring what should be restored, restructuring what should be restructured, and resetting what has to be reset. And the third one, the most important one for the leadership point, is what we can call reimagining, recreating, or recovering. And that's what leadership will be about. So my final point is very simple. Apollo, just to give you a reminder, Apollo price tag was about $25 billion of that 70s price tag. And that year, big three of USA, General Electric, IBM, and Shell were worth 18 billion. So you had the three big US companies who were worth 2/3 of Apollo project. Today, three big A's are Alphabet, Amazon, and Apple. And they are worth about 7 to 8 price tags of Apollo if you would convert it in today's dollars. So there is money. It's all possible. Technology will be higher. And I think what leadership requires is to use science and technology with more promises, right? And I'll stop in here, Mila, because otherwise you'll go ballistic and you will explode on me because you didn't explode on some previous speakers.
It's tough love. That's what
So, by the way,
that's a mother's love. It's a mother's love.
And you have to give me 30 more seconds. I just want to thank to Vaira Freiberger and to Roshan Muradov, who is not here with us, because we had excellent series of events. And that's what Vaira in the beginning was giving me a tough time, because I pressed her a lot to be that we do this, because we had excellent events on this side. And last year we had excellent event that was talking about post-pandemia period, talking about multilateralism, which was corresponding to a lot of things that we're talking here, and about democracy challenges, especially putting human rights in the center. And in that respect, I'm so glad that I saw Amr Moussa, our NGIC Avenger, COVID Avenger, because he just won COVID, okay? And I saw him on the screen, but I lost him on the screen. And I feel so sorry that I spoke too long. I hope he didn't leave because of me speaking. Amr Moussa, if you're around, we'll love you. You are our NGIC Avenger. And so glad to see you.
Thank you so much. This was actually a very valuable exercise, and I appreciate your generosity of spirit with me to indulge me in this dance, because this is what life does. It sends a lot of curveballs, and if we're not on our toes, to not have a position to be a stakeholder, but to think on our feet and dance on our feet with life, this is it. This is the moment. This is the performance. One thing I'm noticing here, as we have only 7 minutes left in the panel, is yes.
Just make it more difficult, more challenging.
I'm going to have Jonathan, and I'll have you. I'll involve everybody. You have to think.
I want you to invite Amr Moussa in, because we didn't.
Is he in?
He's there. If he can join us, we'd like him to come in, because
that's great. I'm going to just set the stage for some questions for the entire panel to think about. What I'm noticing here is genuine, purpose-driven group. This is a group of well-intended people. Everybody's coming with their hearts, their intellectual capacities, their influence capacities, and everybody's saying, here's what I can offer. We all know it's not enough unless it's connected in the larger front. In fact, we are saying, help me, help you, save me, save you, as human beings right here, right now, on behalf of humanity, right? The thing that we seem, and you correct me if I'm not stating this right, what we are agreeing on, that there is goodwill, that there is shared vulnerability, that there is money. Do we agree that there is no lack of money? There's money in the world, as Latko pointed out.
But there is lack of
knowledge
goodwill.
in the world.
There is lack of goodwill.
There's universal need, and there's universal need, that much we know, and shared vulnerability. There's plenty of money, as Stefan said, okay, and others have mentioned, and Phoebe and everybody else. There is also a tremendous amount of knowledge. What are we lacking? And I would like to ask, in order to generate new planetary momentum, in order to nourish and foster this new leadership. This is the question from Amre Musa, as well as the entire panel. He's coming from the position of, amongst other roles he has played, as the former Secretary General of the Arab League, and that's extremely valuable perspective to offer here. So I'm asking the panel to think in points. Who is the organization? Is there such an organization that can offer the convening and connecting space? Can World Academy do this? With whom? How? As Phoebe pointed out, the SDGs have already been framework that we can all connect to. It's not enough, right? So we are here needing a major cultural change, because in the cultural domain, art and science are meeting, finances and economies and health and all of that is meeting as economies of life. What is the largest new narrative that we have to have for the cultural change? Who is there to create the space for the emergence of new leadership? What can World Academy do to either become that or to facilitate the birth of that leadership? Amre Musa, if you would like to join us, please do. And please offer your insight on what can be done along these lines.
Mila, we only have 4 minutes and he's left the meeting, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with Jonathan. I need specific things and we're gonna go in the same route, starting from Her Excellency Vaira, and in the same, we're gonna do a speed run.
No, Mila, we only have 4 minutes, so.
Right, so we can just do bullet points. What can you do? What can be done? What WAAS can do? Can WAAS be that place? What can we do? We're just gonna do a speed run. 2-3 points.
WAAS can advance an integrated human security agenda that refocuses the duty of the state to take care of its population, and that now rather than take care of the state itself as an end. That means addressing the global threats that affect every human being on the planet that require global identity, global community, and global cooperation institutionally and culturally. Those threats that cannot be denied are the climate, the health of the oceans, the water table, the topsoil, the rainforests, pandemic diseases, and the elimination of weapons of massive destruction, we'll call them. That's one. Number two, at a domestic level, politicians are elected almost entirely on much more provincial concerns that are largely, at least in the United States, driven by a pay-to-play dynamic, and that's very important. And you have to take pay-to-play out of the electoral process. So we need campaign finance reform. And I don't want to drill into that, but if you ever live in a place where pay-to-play is in play, you know exactly what I mean. And last but not least, our cultural institutions have to promote a cosmopolitan, critical approach to problems. And that goes to fundamental freedoms, human rights, and because we have a bizarre, toxic assault on freedom of speech from what would appear to be progressives, which is so bizarre. So the three principles for cultural leadership, I think, are one, the rule of law based on the pursuit of justice; two, the utilization of science as an assertion of a way of living in harmony with the natural world; And 3, because if we're going to talk about human security, we have to talk about meaning, because human beings are creatures that need meaning. People never go to war over survival. They always go to war over identity and love. So the importance of fundamental values and freedoms, such as those embodied in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the religious traditions of the world, the ethical foundations of them, is very important, because much of the liberal understanding we have of the importance of the individual actually comes from a philosophy that acknowledges the transcendent, and the purely secular is problematic in that regard. So we really have to accept that there is a teleology, a purpose to human existence that may be not reducible to science, but certainly cannot be ignored. And I would come back to the very perennial values that all of the religions assert, often paying the price of hypocrisy, but loving kindness and compassion.
Gary, you want to do a hard stop here, because
Yes.
kindness and compassion would be the best words to leave with, apparently.
Exactly.
You can send us your suggestions, I guess.
I want to thank the panel for a terrific discussion. And we thought we had actually moved the time to give more time, but not nearly enough for such an eloquent group of people. So thank you so much. It's been very thought-provoking, provocative, and we have a lot to think about as a result. Thank you. And for those of you, we're going right into the next session, which will also be very interesting, on the role of academies of science and arts in the multilateral system. So we're talking about what leadership role can the academies play in in supporting a transformation of the multilateral system. And there we have Peter McGrath, one of our moderators. Hi, Peter, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon.
And we'll just transit off and allow your team to, please, we invite the rest of the panel to come in and join us. Hi, Almas, welcome. Tibor, welcome. We're looking at you.
Hello to everyone.
Hi. We're looking at you horizontally, Tibor. I don't know how you do that without gravity. Eric, nice to see you. So we have the two moderators, and hi, Momir, I can recede into the background and let you do your wonderful magic.
Okay, I saw Eric was on mute. We don't hear you, Eric.
Eric, just unmute your mic, Eric. Your mic is muted. Lower left-hand corner of the Zoom window. Thank you. There we go.
It's now. You remain with us, Gary?
Oh, I will be watching. I'm going to leave you. I'll be watching in the background the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Tibor, you're still horizontal. In our your camera is still horizontal.
Tibor?
Tibor is joining us.
Trying to turn around.
Okay.
Nice. Nice to see you, Peter.
Yes, hello again. It's good to see you again. Pity we didn't meet in person, but okay, that's next time.
And Momia too. Seems long we haven't seen.
Hi, Eric.
Yeah, we can start now. Welcome to this session on the role of academies of science and art in the multilateral system. I have the pleasure to moderate this session with Peter. He is already here. We have not all people present, but I can especially saying welcome to Almas. He is the only woman in our group. We are just men, and you are a real enrichment of this group.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
So we should wait maybe a bit still. We are 7 speakers, and I think we should wait.
Eric, we don't hear you. Eric, we don't hear you.
You don't hear me?
We don't hear you.
Like this is if you speak to the microphone, it's fine. You know, I think.
Who knows?
No, that's okay.
It's good now.
You hear me?
Now better.
Fine.
Yes. It's okay.
You hear me? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Momia, you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah. So we have arranged with Peter the organization of this session. So we will give a short introduction, Peter and me, for a few minutes, and then we go into the presentations of each member of the session. And afterwards, we should have a common. You hear me?
Not so good, Eric.
I suggest, excuse me, Eric, can I suggest that those who are not speaking just mute your mics? It'll be easier to hear, Eric. Thank you.
So it doesn't work, huh?
No, go ahead, Eric. We can hear you. It's okay.
Working fine, Eric.
Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we should start with the introduction. I give you in a few minutes a short introduction. The starting point is that politics has lost so much in trust, and academia has gained in importance also in the public. The scientification of the society needs to have evidence-based politics, and we should closing the door to the fake news which were in the last few years coming up. Academia consists not only of the academics, but also of university and business. For example, universities have in their budget about 40% for research. It's much more than the sum of all academies. At the same time, business has also very great capacity for research, especially for applied research. So academies have, if we take out the academies have created an international network of networks, and Peter will talk about. And the main characteristics from the view from the World Academy is that they are restrained in their access to advices for politics and implementation. And the second is they are primarily discipline-oriented, in contrast to the World Academy. So the trust of the multilateral political system altogether will result from a strong integration of the global networks of academies and research institutes, they will help, if we want to say this, to empower politics by the integration of the networks of the academies. Integrating politics and academies needs a turn to action. And this more precisely means interdisciplinary work and implementation. So the existing network, global networks of academies have to turn much more to interdisciplinarity and to implementation that they do now. The implementation rests on the participation of all concerned stakeholders, which include business, politics, NGOs, youth, and gender, and so on. So every societal group have to be integrated in the development of the global networks of research institutes and academies. A cornerstone in this is the SDG implementation, which integrates the academy and research institute in the multilateral system. So it's a catalytic device and the integration of all sciences is necessary for the implementation of the SDGs. So an effective integration needs a cooperation and a mission-oriented network between the academies, which may be platforms, for example, for artificial intelligence, medicine, and things like this. A global infrastructure. We know that, for example, Africa is not linked sufficiently to the internet. It needs open informational changes, and what is a difficult question is intellectual property rights regulation, which is lacking now and which is needed, for example, in the pandemic crisis now. Science diplomacy has an important role to play for developing an effective integration of academies and politics. We have on Friday a session on the activities in Geneva concerning this integration of science diplomacy for the development, further development of the academies. Referring to WAAS, it has a unique role in the concert of the global academies, has the special characteristic of interdisciplinarity and implementation orientation. And WAAS could be a catalytic leadership within the global networks of the academies. So the cooperation should go through well-targeted organizational cooperation, for example, memorandum of understanding, and mission-oriented common projects. So it has been a very operational dimension in the cooperation between existing global networks of academies and the World Academy. Integrating scientific capacity in all networks of the academies and political decision would accelerate the evolution toward a human-centered politics, which is lacking now and not existing, and finally to a human-centered global society. So in this framework, we will certainly discuss many things. And I would ask now Peter to give an introduction from his perspective of the EIIP. Please.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Well, first, let me mention, we're talking here about the role of academies in multilateralism, which very much begs the question of how academies are engaging both nationally in their own countries and sort of regionally and internationally, particularly with the UN system, or perhaps the regional economic commissions, the RECs of the UN system, and so on. And of course, we have WAAS as a global academy, and two other global academies that I can think of. The World Academy of Sciences, WAAS, which is based in Trieste here, where I am, and is the host academy of IAP, and also the Global Young Academy, and we're grateful for Almas to join us as well, representing the Global Young Academy. So we have three models, if you like, each of them quite different, but all with a global focus with academy status. And then we have IAP itself, which is the global network of academies of science, medicine, and engineering. So we now have 143 members. So each of those global academies that I mentioned, WAAS, TWAS, and the GYA are all members of IAP. We have a couple of regional members. The Caribbean Academy, for example, brings a number of sort of Caribbean islands together. We have an Arab World Academy, for example, in the Middle East, based in Jordan. The African Academy of Sciences, of course, is growing increasingly influential in Africa. But we also have very many national academies, and I'm sure most of our speakers today are also not only members of WAAS, but also members of their national academies. And within IAP, we tend to group those together into 4 regional networks: ESAC for Europe, NASAC for Africa, then we have ASA for the Asia Pacific region, and IANAS, the Inter-American Network of Academies of Science for North and South America. So together, under the banner of IAP, we try to do exactly what we've been talking about here, what Eric mentions, providing policy advice, science recommendations based on the best available science on emerging issues, artificial intelligence, genome technologies, whatever it might be, to national governments, to regional, and to international governments. But I think some of the questions that I would like to throw towards our panelists, but we're going to give our panelists time to speak on their own, of course, is are academies equipped to do this? Do they have the capacity, the abilities to really engage nationally and regionally with these policy-making bodies? If not, what would be required? What can we do to assist them? And then again, how can we arrange ourselves better, perhaps to build our synergies between global academies, between regional networks of academies, and so on, so that we're more coherent in the voices that we do raise and the messages that we try to present. So I will leave those questions on the table, and I think pass over to our first panelist. I'm looking at the agenda as it is online, and I see Marcel van der Voort. Marcel is professor at the University of Technology of Delft and a trustee of WAAS. So Marcel, if you have any comments, I think with Eric, we decided we could have 5 minutes each. So please keep any remarks to within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Do you understand me? You hear me?
Yes.
It's fine. In any case, good afternoon, everybody. I must say that already 2 excellent introductions have been given. The first one on philosophy, and the second one about all the academies who are existing. I would like just to make also a few points Number one is now 60 years ago, one launched this academy, the World Academy. And if I look a little bit to the origins, I think that must have been very clever people. And I think one can continue the same line. And I thought that these people, their mandate was more or less international, to serve the world via international organizations. And I think that is the right way that we could continue. That's my feeling. But I have also a very important point. I personally am member of some academies, like in Paris, a well-known academy, the Royal Society, an American academy, and member of a Japanese and a Chinese by correspondence. Now, in all of the academies, or the majority of the academies with which I am concerned, that is mainly on sciences or medicine or technology. And these academies are called science and art. But at the end, the art is not so important. And I think what has already been mentioned before, that is so-called the multidisciplinarity or the transdisciplinarity is so important, that in future we should have both academies together. And I think the so-called WAAS today is more or less an academy for natural sciences and human sciences. And I think this is a very important element. The second point what I wanted to make is that there are many, many, many academies. And the point is, where is in future the right place for WAAS between the massive number of academies? We should put order. I think that also Peter was hinting to that one, but that is a very important topic which I feel. What is the place and what is also the task? What should be given in future? What is the mandate of the World Academy? If you look a little bit about the activities of some academies, if I take in France of the Royal Society as an example, they have as tasks, number one, they are very successful with their foresight studies. Foresight studies on topics which they feel are extremely important for their country, but even also outside the country to important topics. And they are really followed, the foresight studies, by scientists, engineers, medical people, but even in societies with a higher reputation, even by the population. What the society says, that is followed. A second duty what they have particularly, that is the government or industry or other bodies ask the academy to execute specific studies on topics which are important of the country. Now, recently, about all the so-called COVID exercises, some excellent studies have also been made. And what these people say, like the academy in France, in Paris, people are really following these guidelines. And even also government follow the guidelines of academies. Academies get a mandate, they do their job, get a lot of money for it, and finally, these studies are normally highly reputed. These people can also get other mandates, like at the European Union, we gave recently a study, or recently, now 6 months ago, to the Royal Society and also to the French Academy for the evaluation of the 21-27 European program. They are making excellent studies on the basis of what is needed. And secondly, they got also a lot of propaganda they can make with the excellent studies they are making. Now, what is in the case of WAAS? Should we follow that one? What should be the mandate of WAAS into the future? I think what we should not do is a kind of a duplication. That means what is being done nationally in various countries, I wonder if we should really tackle these topics. Should we go on a higher level, like you have the various countries in the continent Africa, they are working quite nicely together. Should we really go on that level? Or should we go on a world level, that is the international? And I think that is the place where we should be. But I really leave that point as a discussion point on the table. It would be very nicely to see what are the various tasks to be done. I think it should be done tasks which are very important for the international world, and in addition to that, not well known, nobody else is doing these topics. I give a kind of an example. If you look about the education, which is quite an important element, the education nationally, leave it to national people, leave it on a higher level to these bodies. But on a world basis, I think that is a kind of an open door. It would be very useful to have an educational system worldwide between China, Japan, US, Europe, and other countries. And I think that could be an example for WAAS, like there might be many other examples, but it should be something what is very important, what is not existing yet there, and others are not working on it. So the separation of tasks, what also was mentioned by Peter in an indirect way, is a very important kind of a topic. And then a world academy or world academies, as there are no various, what should be their task with respect to links, linkages? That means contacts with other kind of academies. How should that be? In principle, it is very important that a World Academy should know what is going on in all the various kinds of academies. They should get an input so that they really can form their proper decisions of advices or recommendations. So there should be some links. How and which links do we have to make in future? I really would not like to make statements. I don't have the time for it, but I really would like and put this kind of question. Another point is, what should be not the linkage, but the collaboration between the various academies? How should they operate? And how should they be integrated one in the other? And there are so many. What is the appropriate task and what is the appropriate mechanism in order to do that? And for an organization like WAAS, I don't like to come back on the topics which have already been mentioned. How can we organize and how can we do it, etc.? What is the job? But more or less in the way of who could we make ourselves excellent? As in principle, academics must be excellent. One really sees on a national basis. But in addition to that one really sees, for example, the Royal Society, that is a well-prestigious body in the United Kingdom. What they publish, everybody is using, not only in the United Kingdom, but also outside. And the same thing in France, but also that in the United States, that is really used practically worldwide. Now, how could we make WAAS also a body of excellence, which is really top level, that everybody is listening to WAAS, that governments are really listening to WAAS, and governments are really keen to give studies to WAAS so that WAAS can get a kind of reputation. How can we realize that with WAAS? We are not really yet there, but I think it would be very important to do that. Now, I see there a number of open questions. If I look a little bit about an entrance in the Royal Society, I think it is not very easy to become a member. And I can tell you, it was extremely difficult to become a member in the French Academy. That is only 1 or 2 a year or even less. But the people there were quite of very high standard. What should be the standard of WAAS and in which way should we go? If you have a high level, what principally on a world basis, what is needed? It is already so difficult for the various countries and the various international organizations, and take also the United Nations. How difficult is it in order to get a law, a proof of a guideline accepted? So if WAAS had to be advised, it should be really on very high level. And do they have the people available in order to do all those kind of jobs? That is just a kind of questions which one can ask. What do one want in future after 60 years with WAAS? In which way do we want to go? What is the right way? What are the great topics and what should be done? And in respect to the people who are sitting in WAAS, are that the people we want, or do we still need many additional people? And in that respect, I think that it would be very important if we are worldwide, that we also have a very strong representation from China, from Japan, from other countries, even also from Africa. But I really see Africa and some other underdeveloped countries different from developed countries. And I think one should have taken 2 approaches. One for the developed, because the underdeveloped cannot follow. But the underdeveloped should be put, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, also on the same level. We cannot treat them as slaves. This time is over. So which way should we go for WAAS in order to get the world closely linked in WAAS, and that we really can talk about topics on a world-type basis? I could go on, Chairman, by putting a number of questions here on the table, but I think I would like to stop so that we still have a little bit of time into the second round, or that we have a discussion afterwards, in order to bring the various ideas together, and that we can get a kind of distillation of what we will do during this afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Marcel. I see Eric, you're muted again. So. No, Eric, I still see you're muted. Maybe we can move on to the next speaker. So thank you for those very, very interesting, incisive remarks, and again, a few questions that we can come back to in the discussion. The next I see on the agenda is Jori Engelbrecht, former president of the Estonian Academy of Sciences and also a trustee of WAAS. So Jori, please, can you try and keep to 5 minutes, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry I was a little bit late to join, but I was a panelist also at the session on basic science. Well, I'm going to tell a little bit about the general ideas of the academies and these seem to be important for the WAAS for the future. And then I try to be rather brief and then come to the final message at the very end. So as we all know, that contemporary academies emerged from the Renaissance period, so it's about 400 years ago, and now adopted all over the globe. And what are the important points? Members are elected on the basis of their scholarly reputation. And then this is a symbiosis in the academy, the dual path. The members acquire reputation through the membership, and academies get reputation from their members. So they can't be separated. And the tasks of the academies is actually this, that's quite, we all know it's promote science and scholarship, it's quite clear, but provide also advice and expertise, which is more and more important nowadays. And in addition, to promote scientific understanding, that means communication. These are the main tasks for contemporary academies, whether they are national academies or world academies. And there are several values which are behind all this sort of, actions and the membership. It's a trust in science. So it means that there are evidence-based solutions. And the second important value is ethics. This is something that, for example, Alea has been dealing for a long time. And what is important now that usually the membership is from all the field of research, although in bigger countries there are academies for literature and academies for medicine and all that. But nevertheless, all fields of research in academy means that they are the best to analyze the complexity of world. And this is something that it is really important for the research, for solving the problems, whatever we call them, sustainable development goals or the curiosity-based science and all that sort of thing. And now, sometimes it is discussed that what is the difference? Why academies cannot take such kind of decisions like politicians take. Academies actually follow the basic principles of scientific research. It means that there are transparent methodologies, scientific arguments based on facts, logical analysis, and the evidence-based results. But in policy, and these choices and visions are decided very often by voting and often using compromises. And that's not in science. We all know that this is the main problem that we have to really to defend. And then this is the characteristic to the academies. Now, if we now go on, then for the World Academy, WAAS has set up the ideas to discuss objectively and scientifically the vital problems of mankind beyond all groups of interest and from a global viewpoint. And this is something that is really very important, keeping the activities and discussions on the track of research. And this is the guarantee for the existence of the academies, whether they are national academies or international academies. And then if we now think about the academia, including all the academic research in general, then I think that the best, the sort of short explanation is recently given by the International Science Council, ISC, and this is to identify manageable pathways to global sustainability through the complex web of cause and effect, connecting planetary, social, and economic processes, and to assist in the creation and promotion of policies and public actions that can move societies along them. This is the pretty clear statement. And actually, there is something that I would like to end my short presentation, the final message. This is caught to my memory when I listened about 20 years ago, Joseph Rotblat, the Nobel Peace Prize awardee. This was at the conference in Warsaw, the anniversary of Marie Curie held in Warsaw. And he said, knowledge means responsibility. And this is something quite important. This is important for academies. This is important for the IFP. This is important to the ISC. Knowledge means responsibility. And this is something that was also emphasized in the statement of WAAS in April last year. It was about the planetary momentum. That was how the WAAS should actually understand and what are the problems that the decision theory or the weaknesses of the social systems and conventional thinking and the global crisis and so on. So that this is something that we have to deal, and I'm actually very pleased that this conference actually is going to touch so many problems, and I'm looking forward again to the last day when we try to understand that what has been discussed at all the sessions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I think we should go further to Momir, please. Momir is the former president of the Montenegrin Academy for Science and Arts.
Thank you, Eric. I will try to fix all my saying in 5 minutes. And let me just start by saying that by multilateral cooperation, by definition, academies are supposed to facilitate collective actions such to help to prevent of many potentially long-term damages, as well as many other issues. And that's what is multilateralism within academies. Over the past several decades, multilateralism has been thought to be the only acceptable solution to upgrading the global order. In a globalized, interconnected modern world, often a solution for many problems cannot be reached with the help of research in only one discipline and only from one side. Such among many functions academies perform, the multilateralism has become very important. Multilateralism is the form of membership in international institutions and associations, which serves to constrain powerful while discouraging unilateralism by giving to a relatively small academy a chance to make their voice heard and their interests taken into account. It is also an opportunity for big academies to make their leadership more acceptable, less burdensome, and less intrusive. Thus, the main proponents of multilateralism have been the academies from middle-sized countries, while big academies often tend to act unilaterally. The term regional multilateralism has been proposed, suggesting that, quote, contemporary problems can be better solved at the regional rather than at bilateral or global levels. The question is whether regional integration arrangements are good or bad for the multilateral system, knowing that every national issue has not only regional, but often equally a global dimension. In that process, multilateral negotiation can be blocked by any of the participants, what means that there is an inverse proportion between legitimacy and effectiveness. The benefits of multilateral cooperation among academies are access to expertise by sharing and transferring of knowledge, skills and techniques, formal division of labor, less isolation from researchers, increasing of the visibility of the work, while sharing capacities such as the financial cost, access to equipments and other resources. By practicing multilateralism, academia help in linking the global to the local by clarifying the connection between the immediate conditions researchers face and the global processes that are affecting them, as well as by linking local struggles with global support. Global problems require global solution, and the recent COVID-19 pandemic has shown how essential it is to emphasize the urgency of multilateral cooperation among academies. To perform multilateralism, academies participate on regional or world level in many forms, what was said earlier, of international cooperation such as ISQ, IIP, ISEC, ISEC, and so on, Too many. In fact, I read somewhere that in Europe, there are more than 50 different associations of academies, only in Europe. We know only for ALIA, ISEC, and so on. Today, the multilateralism is under tension. What comes from the evolving role of influence of the new actors, such as developing countries, the business community, academia and NGOs, and the increasing impact of the individual and their ways of decision-making. What is new today is that some big national academies are trying to go it alone, more often by pulling out of the international agreements and leaving international organization. It is still too early to understand, is this mean among academies that multilateralism is on the way? Certainly, it faces challenges due to renewed emphasis on state sovereignty, raising nationalism, calls for protectionism, and the changing global balance of power in an increasingly multi-power world. Current issues such as climate change, information communication technology, cybersecurity, and many more demands for multilateral solutions, but also generate global divergences. The multilateralism should be the way to find solution when the multilateral coalition is sufficiently representative, what is often the case in the world of national academies. As a general rule, the multilateral and representative formats have no alternative when it comes to fundamental systemic problems. In multilateral negotiation, mutual confidence between academies is more critical than in bilateral negotiation. Furthermore, multilateralism is obviously not the same as multipolarity, since multipolarity does not necessarily imply multilateralism. Last, and the most important, is in the contemporary world that the nature of today's problems leads us to treat the multilateralism as essential. In coming time, more than ever before, we in academies have to promote the notion of multilateralism for all. To conclude, multilateralism among academies should help in bringing together those who believe that such cooperation is needed in indispensable foundations of secure peace, stability, and prosperity, while understanding existing problems as well as those of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should discuss later on the question of institutional membership. Momer, you have been engaged in this discussion within the World Academy, but we will postpone it now, and I ask the next speaker to come. At the floor is Professor of Economics in Belgrade. Please. You.
Can you hear me?
I think.
Okay. Thank you for having me in this inspirative panel. In the spotlight in this panel, it seems to me, is the backing of policymakers and politicians regarding the concept World Academy of Art and Science already developed. Actually, what we are talking about these days are two things. The trends of tomorrow, having made the future normal, and the role of science, hard and soft, together in so-called the Great Reset and foundation of new system. Structural crisis definitely is a starting point for making any projections today. This crisis is a consequence of economic theory fault lines and economic policies based on them, having made unsustainable not only economic system, but also the planet Earth as a whole. So we are in conundrum. People not functioning in rationally designed and sustainable system, but rather in liquid modernity. In such context, future is behind us. Economic system full of structural imbalances and unconventional policies and related unintended solutions cannot recover and make the planet sustainable without the Great Reset. The COVID black swan is only widening the all structural imbalances, making bad situation worse. The Great Reset doesn't mean changing everything we know. The Great Reset means changing what needs to be changed. The first in line, from my perspective as a professor of economics, for undergoing changes in a Great Reset is economic system change. Economics is a science of context based on nexus of social conventions. As the main math system, economic system is highly non-linear with frequent paradigm shifts. Due to such variability, economics is sometimes explained as the dismal science, the toil in the hand of politicians. Unlike what happens in nature, the internal rules based on which an economic system is created following the economic rules depend almost exclusively on human aspirations and power, and they are changeable. So lawmakers and policymakers mostly ignore that the laws that govern nature do not depend on economic schools' standpoints or government visions. These laws are not negotiable. Economics orthodoxies have introduced so-called pattern matching paradigm based on arbitrary proposition of so-called ceteris paribus in optimization modeling. Consequently, modeling in economics is very risky because autocorrelation. Also, the main fault line in economics is proposed linearity of economic system and efficient feedback of market. The fourth industrial revolution exacerbating dominance of non-linear systems everywhere. Consequently, in new settings, holistic approach, try and errors, heuristics, feedback loops dominate optimization modeling, typical for economic orthodoxies. Previous is particularly important when technical economic systems are integrated, for example, in smart production. When universal connectivity is new free good, and when platforms are replacing industries and value chains as ecosystem of basic economic agents, economic system is going to be non-linear. So economics as a field, which pretends to be science in a new context, requires paradigm shift regarding the natural law and regarding characteristics of non-linear systems. Paradigm shift in economics means a new model of growth and related economic policy platform. Shift from the linear model of production to the regenerative and circular economy is imminent in all levels. Also, new economic policy platforms accounts to institutional choice simultaneously. It is not against the market, but pro-government. It means that invisible hand of the market and visible hand of the state operate simultaneously. This is the reason why we named this platform in the World Academy heterodox. Previous components are embodied in emerging variant of the capitalism known as stakeholders capitalism or progressive capitalism. After successful conceptualization inside WAAS and fertile networking, we are looking for leaders' backing of lawmakers and policymakers. My sense is that we must be proud about concept we developed. Chances for backing are great. I can only add two things which are in the spotlight of these days panel we are participating. First, if humanity wants the Great Reset, multilateral approach in harmonization of raising expectations about the future we want, as well as multidisciplinary approach in science, are more convenient than a siloed approach with the clear demarcation lines between local and global and between natural sciences and social sciences, respectively. From the planet Earth perspective, and strictly materially speaking, unconstrained and unregulated economic growth coordinated by invisible hand of the market is impossible. So mission statement of multilateral institutions should be to restore circular and regenerative processes within global economy and within local ones. Second, I'm not fan of technological determinism or any sort of deus ex machina, but I think that some coherence in science basics between hard and soft sciences, social and natural sciences is necessary condition enabling that science will be principal leverage of human prosperity in a future we want. When it comes to economics, the paradigm shift in economics should be compatible with natural laws, means circular processes and evolution and non-linear system functioning. I will stop here. Thank you for attention, and I'm hearing the questions after that.
Discuss the economic system later on in relation to the multinational academies. You know, for example, in the academies, economics play an increasing role because it's so important in the society. But it is traditional economics which is not linked to some progress or reform. Those who are in the economic section of national economies, they are traditional economics, and they are not progressive. The majority is. So the next speaker will be Tibor Dott. He is a former ambassador.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Peter. I would like to make 3 points to make a case that indeed cooperation between academies, between scientists is a strong requirement. Number 2, give 2 examples, 2 concrete examples about domains where this network of networks should be deployed. And number 3, to point out why WAAS has a niche and has all the advantages compared to others. So let me start with the cooperation, cooperate or disappear notion. Number one, the emergence of this academy, in my judgment, is traced back to what was Oppenheimer saying in July 1945. In July 1945, Oppenheimer was citing a Sanskrit epos, the Bhagavad Gita, and he said, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." So these were the words of Oppenheimer. And I learned only later, when I was running the Organization on the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, that while he was pronouncing these poetic words, tears were running down his cheek. Tears were running down his cheek when he was saying that. So when Oppenheimer and other scientists initiated in '61 the WAAS, what probably was inspiring them, the Manhattan Project, from the point of view of thousands of scientists focusing to achieve one goal. At that time, it was the creation of the atomic bomb. In 1961, Oppenheimer meant something different, focusing some 1,000 or more scientists' mind as a laser and trying to create a big science advocacy, because the Manhattan Project was the precursor of big science, a big science advocacy. The opportunities of big science turned in support of the international system were proven if we have a look at some of the entities which in a way materialize the concept. CERN is one of them, the European Nuclear Research Center, where with thousands of scientists, the Large Hadron Collider was created. I would like to mention my own organization system. So we deployed 10,000 scientist years to figure out scientifically how to provide verification for the nuclear test ban. Another example is, and this is bringing us closer to today, is the International Panel on Climate Change. Again, each and every year, thousands of scientists in different domains and subdomains and sub-subdomains are focusing like a laser beam to resolve the issues ahead of us on climate change. And in a way, the SDG preparation and implementation was supported not as much, but quite a number of scientific institutions. Where it is bringing us, my feeling is that while academies will exist for the next hundreds of years, the cutting edge will be this big science cooperation, targeted big science cooperation. And where we have to make a difference, that the examples I mentioned, be the CERN or the IPCC or the SDG, they were driven by states. So these were state-driven big science advocacy, scientific support undertakings. I would like to mention two areas where probably in a more proactive way, big scientific cooperation networks could prevail. One is described today more and more frequently as the ESG disclosures. E standing for environment, S standing for social, and G standing for governance. Altogether, they might be called sustainability disclosures. This is how big companies should provide their financial reporting along the standards developed. We are speaking as of now around 13 trillion capitalization level of those companies who in a voluntary setting already reporting. I don't think that the presence of science, the presence of academia is well understood at this stage. This is more or less a voluntary undertaking by the standard setting entities, financial reporting entities. It is extremely important because if it was in 2019, like hundreds of big companies reporting along the lines, the doubling potential is there. So this 13 trillion very quickly in a couple of years can encompass an annual GDP level of the world. The area is still very much opaque. No one knows exactly which standards, how to interpret sustainability, how to interpret the different elements. So it is a transdisciplinary area. The other area I would like to mention is something I will talk about tomorrow. My feeling is that as one of the futures, one of the scenarios, we might be approaching what I call a change of age. A change of age between the third industrial revolution characterized era to the fourth industrial revolution. And change of age is not an easy voyage. The most recent change of age happened in between 1914 and 1945. The previous one, end of the 18th century, first half of the 19th century. There is a need to look into all the different aspects, how to manage this potential age of combination of disruptions, uprising, potential civil wars and major wars, and the combination of all of that. Why WAAS is well positioned to do that? Number one, in academic fora and academies, it is a reputation risk to transgress into a new domain by those scientists who are there. In WAAS, while we are basically academic, freedom of these horizontal transgressions is tolerated. And it's extremely important to think out of the box because we are facing situations which are happening each 4 or 5 generations potentially. Number two, in the academies, real convergent science is still a rarity. In WAAS, we have an interdisciplinary melting pot without overstating the point. In a number of defining academies, social sciences are underrated or excluded from funding. And this is still a recent phenomenon in very defining academies. In WAAS, social scientists are well represented, I should say, even sometimes overrepresented, too well represented. Then governments are more directly influencing academies in their core activities and core domains. Like one example is climate change. And I hope we will retain what we have, the independence of WAAS. Independence from governments, independence from organizations, independence from ideology. And the last point, that with potential dark clouds on the horizon, in case we will have to go this change of age, there is a risk that what I call the Solvay conference phenomenon might happen. And the Solvay conference phenomenon is the following. In between World War I and World War II, in between 1911 and 1948, Solvay conference had 37 years of existence, out of which the Solvay Conference, bringing together the best brains on earth, nearly 20 Nobel Prize winners in one meeting. They were in coma. They did not meet because of the change of age going on at that time. So I hope we will not be paralyzed. I hope we will do in those two domains I mentioned what are the niche areas for WAAS and for the reasons why tears were running down the cheeks of Robert Oppenheimer. Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you very much. We have now the last speaker. It's our lady here, and afterwards we touch on the questions Peter has elaborated before this session. So it's your.
Thank you very much, Eric and Peter, as well for inviting me to this prestigious event. And I hope that I will be able to continue to the end of this session, because I am having a storm outside, and I'm not sure if electricity is going to continue or not, because it's very heavy rain as well going on outside. So anyways, it was really great to listen to all of the wonderful speeches by the senior members. And I would say that the reason that Peter approached Global Young Academy, it was really an honor for us to accept that invitation. And we believe that through connections between prestigious senior national science academies and national academies, this can lead to a better approach to exert national leadership in advancing science through projects that the scientist community themselves determine as priority areas. So better communication interactions between different generations of scientists, I personally believe as well, that they can often be more effective to lead better interactions at later stage with science, society, or even with the politicians as well. And then they also bring new energy to these interactions with the advances that women scientists they have made in the recent decades. So if I talk a bit about the background, why, and how GYA came into existence, who GYA is. So the GYA grew out of the discussions among top young scientists and researchers that set together during World Economic Forum in 2008 and 2009. And officially, it was founded in February 2010 with support of the IAP. And in 2019, we became the full member of, GYA became the full member of the IAP. We were so happy for that. So with support from the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina, the Berlin Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Humanities, and the German Young Academy, the GYA received startup funding to have, to establish this great organization for the young researchers. And what GYA is, GYA gives a voice to young scientists around the world to realize their vision. We develop, connect, and mobilize young talent from 6 continents. Moreover, we empower young researchers to lead international, interdisciplinary, and intergenerational dialogue with the goal to make global decision-making evidence-based and inclusive. So our executive committee membership is really diverse. We have people from Bangladesh, from Germany, from UK, from Japan, from Brazil, and also GYA is supported by an advisory board composed of outstanding senior scientists and science managers. We have currently 200 members. Typically, they are being taken, after 3 to 10 years, after their PhD, between 30 to 40 years of age. And we have around 300 alumni as well from different countries. And what we do, we focus on science and policy, the science environment, and science education and outreach, as well as cross-cutting theme like GYA and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So currently we have many projects running. We have many working groups. The ideas, they're given by young researchers, and they are the ones who take the lead for working out, making things happen. They are from all over the world. And I think that my time is running short, and I will stop here. But something that was really interesting said by has the economics, a background from economics, that the economic system is non-linear. I really like that. I personally have a family member who is from economics background, and when I talk about, big ideas and I take those ideas to him, always, the approach is different. So I really believe that scientific system need the multilateral approaches. We need inclusion of not just the scientists, but also politicians, people from the business areas, because if we are not going to develop that common language that is understandable between different players, it will be very difficult to, find solutions for sustainability on the global level. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you very much. And I think we can open the floor now for discussion among the panelists shortly. And afterwards, I would ask Peter to advance certain questions he has elaborated, mainly concerning the cooperation between IAP and WAAS. But for the first time, it's Momia.
Thank you, Eric. Very interesting discussion. But before I say something, I want to point that the topic is academy, not academia. So some people were talking on academia. That's completely, I would not say completely different issue, but it is a different issue. The title is academies, national and other academies and their role. So that is, we have to recognize that's IIP, not XQ as the only institution that deals with academies. So that's my first point. We have to concentrate on the title. I don't have anything against academia, but this is a topic, academies. And that's the first I want to say. Another thing is, what is the really multilateralism? Is this, by definition, it is a three parties arrangement. But is this individual or institutional? I would say in my experience, which is not long, which is very long, and I would say is with many institutions around the world, that is among institutions, not among individuals. Even if it starts with individuals, it ends with institutions. And that's we have to recognize. That's we have to recognize. As far as my knowledge goes, that's been always among institutions. And if it's among institutions, then in case when it's among national academies and other parties, then it is between states. That's between governments. So that's we have to consider. As simple as that. We say my academy, I signed more than 30 bilateral agreements with other academies, but not 30 multi-dimensional projects and everything else. That's completely different. The third I want to say is that in the contemporary world, I would say the multilateralism has failed completely. That's been shown by this pandemic. The only, what in my knowledge is going on, that's initiative of Leopoldina. Nothing else. Everyone has closed in the national borders, and that's a big problem. Everyone in the world has closed just in the borders. In Europe too, every country, in the world, every country. And that shows that really multilateralism has failed today. If we, for example, go to statistics, we would find the most cooperation and the most scientific papers in any disciplines are in medicine. That's really tremendous figure in the world. What are doing today? Multilateralism has failed completely. And just me finish saying that multilateralism is highly related to technology. What many our activities, I wouldn't say all, but the most our activities, human activities, are really consequence of technology today. Even spoon with which we eat is technology. And we simply don't understand how technology is influencing our life and therefore multilateralism. Having institutions, academies on the different technological level, then the question is it possible between them to cooperate? Not as simple as that, no? So we have to appreciate that multilateralism is a really very hard question. On one side, we needed to solve problems to go ahead. On the other side, especially in contemporary world these days, multilateralism has failed completely. And that has been shown by the case of pandemic. So what is going to happen with multilateralism is difficult to say. Is it American multilateralism? I think that most of the world doesn't like that sort of multilateralism. So it is a big question and good question for academy to carry on it, not discussing only on economy. Economy is everything, as I said, but just discussing how can we solve problem by cooperating in multilateral way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is the big question for Peter. Peter, may you?
I agree in many ways that multilateralism has failed, and we can look at distribution of COVID vaccines as one perfect example, that every country is trying to get enough for itself, and yet the WHO has put in place this COVAX system for more equitable distribution that is not managing to have the resources or the vaccines in order to do that. And I have read one book recently that argues that the nation state is no longer fit for purpose, but that's maybe another topic for another day. We did have a series of questions planned, but I notice we are running sort of late. We've got 8 minutes left, and maybe that's what, Gary, I'll pass to you in a moment. But I just wanted to touch on a couple of questions maybe at this point. Just to say that academies, we often operate sort of bottom up, and we decide what is important and try and present that to the multilateral organizations, the governments, the UN systems. But perhaps one thing we're reasonably competent at that, we're maybe not coordinated as well as we might be, and we can discuss how better to coordinate. But how can we also push for a more top-down process? I think somebody alluded to it before. How can we get on the radar of the different UN organizations so that they come looking to us, asking for studies, asking for our expertise on perhaps very narrow scientific topics, but also, it's been alluded to many times, the diversity of expertise that we have in our academies, including the social sciences, the economics. I mean, all these aspects need to be considered. So how can we put together the top-down and the bottom-up processes with all the diverse voices of different fields of study, the gender, the young voices, and so on? So I put those on the table for the last few minutes. And maybe, Gary, you still want a word?
Thank you very much, Gary. Maybe, may I ask you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Eric and Peter, and for all of the panelists for such interesting presentations. I'd like to pick up on something that Peter said just at the end, because I think that's really a core issue that we proposed this panel because we're for our project with the United Nations in Geneva on global leadership in the 21st century. And though we've had several discussions on this in our other conferences, we still felt that we were missing some critical issues. I'm going to put back a question to Peter, actually, because I think that IAP, from what I understand of it, IAP's efforts are somewhat unique in the fact of your whole model is to transcend the individual academy and bring the academies together on critical issues of concern to humanity. And you have some wonderful, magnificent projects that are going on sustainability and all, which you highlighted in our earlier conferences. But what I had in mind in the question is, I'm taking IAP as the best example I know, not that there may be others that are good. I mean, at the multilateral level, we have organizations like the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is really a multilateral scientific institution. And then we have national academies, which do certainly cooperate with each other on certain projects, or at the regional level, as Yuri was the president of ALEA, European academies collaborating with each other. But what we're really interested in understanding is how can we enhance the connection between the multilateral system, meaning really the United Nations agencies, the whole 45 plus agencies of the UN that are trying to represent our multilateral community, and this tremendously rich scientific resource, to a large extent, I believe, focused on the national level priorities and to regional level priorities, but certainly contributing individually. In our case, as an academy, whether we're world or national, we have been working recently on some occasions with United Nations agencies directly, like on this global leadership project. But we did not come to that through a mechanism of the multilateral system. We came to it through individual initiative in coming to the UN with a proposal which they found very interesting because it addressed their needs. And we were engaged as a partner with them. But to what extent is there a system within the multilateral system to really incorporate the scientific community as a major important stakeholder? And if there is, how can it be strengthened? If there isn't, what type of system would be effective to bring science and fact-based science, evidence-based decision-making more and more into the political decisions that are taken within the UN? It's that kind of recommendation that we're looking for our final report to the UN. So whether it's anyone who has insight into that, or I would welcome that feedback. Thank you.
Well, let me try and answer maybe not all your questions there. It's a big issue, of course. There is another international science organization, the International Science Council. It was known as ICSU for many years, and it merged recently with the International Social Sciences Council. So now they are the International Science Council headquartered in Paris. And they have the mandate from the United Nations to convene what they call I think it's called the Major Group in Science and Technology. They are very present in certain UN discussions. They're involved in the SDGs very closely. They are involved in the sort of climate change discussions, but they are not necessarily everywhere. They've been relatively poorly represented in WHO, for example. Health has not really been one of their mandates till now. IAP is in discussions with ISC. We signed a memorandum just before the turn of the year. We are collaborating, we're exchanging sort of the areas where we are working with the different UN bodies, and we know where they are working with the different UN bodies, and where we can have synergies, and where we say, no, you deal with that, we'll deal with this. We don't have the capacity to do everything. But our capacity in IAP is relatively small. I think we punch, obviously heavier than our weight. We are a secretariat of about 7 people. So when you consider the impact and the visibility we have, we think that's pretty good. ISC has a larger budget, and I think their staff is in the order of 30 to 40. But again, it's not massive. And even just finding times between us to coordinate our activities, we actually spoke yesterday, the 2 secretariats, and we have a plan to meet regularly through the year, and especially to consider engagement with the UN. So this is a mechanism. It could be stronger, and it could be, let's say, more coordinated with the UN. Often we get requests for information and feedback with very short notice, 3 days, 5 days, which is not a lot of time for academics in the broadest sense, not just the academies, to put together a well thought through and peer reviewed response, if you like, because we do like our presentations to be peer reviewed. But that major group of ISC to the UN is potentially the mechanism that is there, but it's potentially not ideal. Let me stop there.
Why don't you mention the Voice of Science, which is association for ISQ, IIP, you know, and Third World Academy. The Voice of Science in academic world.
Actually, well, ISC now uses the Voice of Science as its little strapline.
Yeah. Gary, if you remember, I suggested that we try to join them.
WAAS and ISC are also working on different projects together with all the Science International, but they are more bottom up still, rather than sort of top down and the requests coming from the UN system.
But I have a final question to Gary, because I think we should, the World Academy, also think about direct communication intensified on projects or on organizational memorandum for understanding and things like this. This might be fruitful for the other academies also, because we are working on disciplinarity and on implementation in the past. And the other academies are more reluctant in this respect. Would it be useful to have direct communication, for example, with Peter's organization?
I'm sorry, Eric, I heard most of your words, but not all of them. It's somewhat muffled. Your question was, would it be useful to have what with IAP?
Yeah, for example, the networks, the other networks, like represented by Peter, could we have a direct communication, not via United Nations or other institutions? So we could have some common projects.
We do, in fact, have direct communication. We're partnering. We are a member of IAP. And we're collaborating with IAP on areas of mutual interest. My question was not so much from the perspective of WAAS, though that's an important topic for us, obviously, all of us here. My point was from the point of view of the multilateral system. You know, what can we do? I mean, we are legally an NGO, as I believe IAP must be also. We're a civil society organization. And if you look at, we have about 3,000, some of them very large, influential organizations that are registered with ECOSOC in the United Nations system. But if you see the avenues through which these 3,000 organizations, we're relatively small compared to some of the big ones like Oxfam or CARE and so forth. But if you see the access that the organizations have to influencing the UN system is very sporadic. It's more like a straw to, draining the ocean. We have been asked to formulate recommendations for how the multilateral system can be. Yeah. I wasn't so much worried. I mean, I'm of course concerned or interested in what we can do to strengthen our collaboration. And with IAP, I think we're doing a good job of finding partnership areas that are mutually beneficial. And we're going to be starting now. We have just started on a new project in collaboration with the UN on human security, but that's at our initiative. The UN is a beneficiary of that collaboration in all. But we're looking for recommendations on what can we, the Secretary General is aware that the UN system is relatively limited in the number of stakeholders that have a contributing voice in the system. He wants more voice of civil society. He wants more voice of youth. And we're arguing there can be more effective mechanisms for the voice of science in all its respects. And not through straws, but through real effective channels. And that's what I was kind of probing for. Any ideas that have come from other academies as to how we can do this more effectively. If you look at it this way, national academies were a tremendous invention, 300 years ago. The idea of bringing the scientific resources of a people together and then for exchange, that was the Royal Society. And then the idea much more recently of scientific organizations collaborating with each other, which at the time of the World Academy was founded, was still, it's not that it never existed. It did exist even from the Solvay conferences, which Tibor mentioned. But this was very periodic. Every few years there would be a conference or something. Now the collaboration is much more frequent and it's more ongoing. And we have the regional groups like ALEA, and we have IAP, which is much more younger, but trying to bring academies together from all over the world. But my question was directed to Peter because that last link is the link between 143 academies and the UN system, and how, and we know it takes a great deal of ingenuity and resourcefulness and persistence to forge that links, because it's not there by right, it's not there by rule, it's not there by institutional structure, it's more on an ad hoc basis. So I was looking for recommendations on that basis.
I was just going to finish on that. The connections we've had have been very often personal rather than institutionalized.
Peter, may I, on this last point?
Sure, go ahead. I must admit I need to leave in 2 or 3 minutes anyway. I have another call.
All of us. Yes, all of us. On the top-down approach, I recall in the context of the UN 10 years ago, in the process of developing the SDGs, At that time, Ban Ki-moon created the focal point and the top structure. UNESCO was charged, Irina Bokova was charged at that time to do the work. And in a way, it did not materialize for different reasons. The problem and the challenge I see is, I mentioned that many of the existing big science support and advocacy was initiated by governments. And in a way, it was financed by governance or freeing up the time of some of the scientists and paying their payroll or providing some support to them. And this is a model which will not function in domains where governments are still not recognizing the need to move forward with big science support. So this is where, in addition to government-driven processes, which are welcome, of course, there is a need to have certain supply-side processes. But what is difficult to see, the business model of paying for 10,000 scientist years, which went into the CT-BTO verification system as an example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. Very good. So I think, is somebody who wants to speak up again? We have already 10 minutes or 8 minutes after the time. If there's nobody speaking up, I would thank everybody very much for the contribution. And I think afterwards we'll have to consider to answer a kind of question which Gary formulated again on the level of the United Nations, what can be done, and what proposals are here out of this discussion. So I thank you very much. In 6 minutes, the next session starts.
Actually, I think it starts in 20 minutes. We have, there is a parallel session in B, but the last session in this stream starts in 20 minutes. This is supposed to be a break after 3 hours of programming to give people a chance to get some coffee or some lunch or whatever it is where you are, or dinner.
I need to leave the office and get home for my next call at 6:30.
Thank you so much for everybody.
Okay. Thank you everybody for participating.
So thank you very much. Again,
all the best.
Good luck.
Bye.
This meeting will start
Bye.
in 20 minutes, the next session.
Okay. Bye everybody.
Hello all, my name is Orr Katzman and I work for the YK Center and SDG.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
They have made a beginning, a brave beginning that can build a mighty structure for peace.
In the dignity and worth of the human rights of men.
1947 symbolized the rebirth of a nation after the slumber of centuries.
Forward in sedate and sober strength, seeking no one's land.
It's in the Charter of the United Nations to lift men everywhere to a higher standard of life and to a greater enjoyment of freedom.
Who owns the patent on this vaccine?
The people, I would say. There is no patent. Could you patent the sun?
We have to learn to think in a new way. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what steps can be taken to prevent a military contest of which the issue must be disastrous to all parties?
Armament and military equipment sent to Cuba are designed exclusively for defensive purposes.
I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia,
Go. Jinsei. Go. Econ. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom work. Go for undocking.
It's one small step for man,
please, proceed.
All the people around the world are ICANN. And if you believe that we must end nuclear weapons before they end us, if you believe we can, we really can, we'll end this long nuclear nightmare through the power of people, then you are ICANN.
We're being brave.
Meaning at downstream, this shows social construct.
Want to understand it today. People, that is the fifth
world can do together.
Is one of the few NGOs that I invite.
The organization we celebrate today emerged only after immense suffering. It took 2 world wars, millions of deaths, and the horrors of the Holocaust for world leaders to commit.
Alberto. Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you very well.
Okay.
And so I sent you a message. Shall we go like the last time that we alternate in just giving the 5 minutes to the speaker? Of course,
Yeah.
after Gary, you and me had said a few things, and Gary is gonna just say, here it is. He just said that he's gonna mention those points of his, last
I
minute.
answered. Yeah, I'm okay. And I answered to Gary's email.
Okay.
Great. And we have an hour and a half. And a group that most of the group, not all, but most of the group was there in June.
Yeah.
So we can try to go build on what we discussed last time. Hi, Ralph. Antonio, so nice to see you.
Nice.
Yes. Thank you for joining us.
Ralph, no alcohol in the premises, please.
You mean you wanted to share it, is that it?
We only have 1 hour this time for this session, correct?
No, 1.5 hours.
You're gonna have a first round of 5 minutes, Ralph, and so we have a second round, although we are many, 14 people total.
Ralph, the idea was to go really more into working, not a general discussion, but practically, what are the options for us to go ahead? This is really a working group project-based discussion. That was the idea, not just pure theory.
So this is not necessarily for the audience, it might be,
Well,
but
it's the audience of the Academy for anyone who's interested in this subject, because we welcome participants. We had originally drawn up a list of about 45 possible faculty members from within the Academy itself. So
there are also other university. I think there is a friend of mine, Professor Rollet, that is interested in our project, and I'm gonna talk to him after this, and others. Yeah, but that's good, Ralph. So people can be motivated to join the project, give good tips and suggestion or criticism. That we need that too.
Yeah, we're not performing. We're trying to really do some work to take things to the next level.
Ciao, Gianani.
Ciao, Alberto. Everybody.
Hi. Piero, how you doing?
No,
in vibrant health.
You're Alberto, you're Gary. Now everything goes well. I have to do a lot of rehabilitation, respiratory rehabilitation, but everything goes well now, and I'm very, very happy to to meet you.
We're so welcome back. To have you back. So happy to have you back, smiling and
the friendship and all the friends was part of my wellness. Was a very fundamental part of my wellness.
That's what friends are for. We're happy to hear it. Hi, Sue.
How are you doing?
After a long time.
Yeah, I hope you're staying safe.
And hi, Janani.
Hi, Sue. Hi to all.
How is the weather there now, Sue?
Oh, that's not the question to ask. We just had about 2 feet of snow stayed around for 2 weeks. It just about melted yesterday, and tomorrow we're going to get more.
Wow.
I'm ready for snow, winter to be over. But it's okay. It's all good.
I guess you're not talking from Hawaii.
No, no, New Jersey, New Jersey.
Nice to see you back. Really appreciated your contributions to yesterday's meeting. I think we're almost all here. We can begin.
Yeah, and it's 2 minutes past 6:30.
So then we'll begin. Okay. I'd like to...
Gary, how many minutes for every panelist?
5.
Piero, I'll say, let me say something a little about the purpose of this meeting, because it's not a typical conference.
Okay.
It's we're really a working group. We came to do something here and accomplish something, and so it's not so much that we all have to go and go around in a circle and participate. I think we want to pose a problem or a challenge or an opportunity and think together on that, on what we can do and how to do it, and what are the questions and what are the answers to those. And of course, we want everybody's participation. That's important. But it's not so much, if I can give an answer in 1 minute to that question rather than 5, I will do it so that we can go further. But let me just say something a little about the meeting and about the project. I think almost everybody, or maybe everybody, is familiar, but I thought it would be worthwhile. We had a discussion on this in Belgrade. That was when Sue was there, and in November of 2019. We had a discussion at it in cyberspace in June of last year with the UN Leadership Conference. We had another session on it, Alberto led, in December, when Irina Bokova was there also. But I think, so we've had a lot of general discussion, but I think the goal now is, how do we take this forward for real action? Oh, I see Antonio. We had a discussion on this, a very good discussion on this in Rio, in Rio in 18, yes. November 18. Yes. Right? Yeah, that's where the first time it really came together, I think. Yes. And so we're all back together now, and we've had time to think about it. So I just wanted to kind of give an overview of the concept, just so we're all on the same page. Hi, Groznia. Nice.
Hello, everybody.
Thanks for joining us. And then talk a little bit about what we hope to discuss, to accomplish in this meeting, so that on Friday we can actually come back in the second to last session and say, this is not just an idea, but a project on the agenda of the Academy and the World University Consortium, and we can open up something to others and let other people in the Academy know that we're moving ahead. That's what I would hope is the output. The original idea of this course came up about 2-3 years ago, after our first meeting in Geneva in 2013. And we spent about 4 or 5 years really looking at what we meant by a new paradigm in global development. And we looked at the political and economic and social and ecological and cultural dimensions of it. We said, what are we going to do with this knowledge? Because the world is changing so fast and it's so complex. And it doesn't matter whether we're diplomats or we're business people or we're financiers or we're in civil society or we're in UN organizations or we're simply trying to be educated, informed global citizens. None of us are equipped through the conventional educational system or even through our work to really understand what this is. So what have we learned over the last 5 years? And then when we gave this proposal to the UN in Geneva for the Global Leadership Project, we said we're going to work for a year, it's more than a year now, on looking at global leadership, not just in terms of how do we prepare individuals to lead the world. There is no position as chief of the world, president of the world at all. We need leadership in the UN agencies at all levels, people who understand what's going on. We need leadership in business. We need leadership, of course, in national governments and in parliaments. We need it in civil society. We need it everywhere. And that leadership is not, we need it in social movements, but that leadership is not just going to be a few individuals at the top. We need to understand how leadership as a process. The world is changing. It's changing and going in a lot of different directions, not all of which are aligned with each other. And part of our leadership is to see, as far as possible, to align the movements so we're working in the same direction for the same purposes in harmony rather than at cross purposes and undermining our human security as we go forward. So this leadership is really about the process of leadership. It's also true that back in around 2012-13, I received a message from the UN Association in New York, representing tens of thousands of UN employees, who wrote saying, look, our staff members in the system really are looking for more education. Can you offer us some program that will really better equip us to understand what's going on and to being more effective? This was at the individual level. And the truth is we did not have a program to offer them at that time. But I think one of the things that has come out of this is that this program could be an answer to their needs. It's also intended to be an answer to, say, to the UN in Geneva. We said the last step in our GL21 project, as we call it, is how do we take the knowledge that we've gotten from the consultations with about 350 experts over this on 15 working groups over the last year. How do we take that knowledge and put it in a context that we can pass it on and disseminate it to others at a level that will be useful to them, whether they're entrepreneurs or managers, executives, diplomats, or whatever they are. So that was the idea. And we, as we were developing this, as we've been working in the World University Consortium, we said, obviously, what's different, if there's anything different about this, what are the characteristics that make it different? Or let's say that we insist must be part of it. We're talking, not looking at this from the national perspective of how do we train a diplomat or an executive to understand the world from the US perspective or the European perspective. We're really trying to understand the evolution of global society and how we lead it from a global perspective. We're thinking from a global perspective. We're not looking at it just from a political or ecological or economic point of view, business point of view, financial point of view. We're trying to understand it in a really transdisciplinary way, to understand how these different forces, dimensions, sectors of society interact and interrelate to each other in this. We're not just looking at it, how do we generate GDP or national dominance or national survival, but how do we do it in a way that implements basic human rights? It's a value-based perspective. It's a rights-based perspective. It's founded on the Universal Declaration and the SDGs. How do we move humanity towards its aspirations? And all of this has to be built into the program. It's got to be an evolutionary perspective because we know we're talking about a moving vehicle, not something that's standing still. We have to understand where we've come from and how we've gotten here, as well as what are the forces that are driving us further. So it's not just a current affairs picture. This is where the society is today, and this is the next 5 years. We want people to come away from this with a more profound insight into the process, the historical and global process of global social evolution. We want to talk about leadership, not just in the individual sense, as I said, but as a process. How does humanity consciously lead itself when nobody's in charge? What do we learn from our past experience, and what do we do in future? What's the role of the individual in that? We always need dynamic, pioneering, courageous, visionary individuals. What's the role of organizations and ideas and values and goals and institutions and laws and so forth? And how can we have, through this course, our primary objective is not to qualify somebody for a job. Our primary objective is to give them a knowledge that can have impact, where they can have impact in whatever their work is, at whatever level it is, in whatever sector it is. So this is kind of the idea that I would describe, the idea of the content of the course. This describes it. As far as who we're targeting with the course, well, we can be targeting anybody. I've mentioned so many potential candidates for this. And all of this may make our job more complicated, or it may mean we have to have different versions of the course. But the basic knowledge we're offering, it can, whether we're talking to diplomats or entrepreneurs or business people or leaders of CSOs, the knowledge is fundamentally the same. The examples may be different. The applications may be different. The focus or emphasis may be different. And there are a number of questions that we need to ask and answer. And maybe the first thing we should do is go around and raise the questions that you have that we want to ask, and then try to answer as much as we can, or think about how we do need it. We've had questions about, is this a master's course, or is it a certificate course? Is it done as a classroom course or an online course? Is it done through traditional universities, or is it done through MOOCs, or is it done through some combination of all of these? Who are the faculty for this? We have potential faculty, many qualified people within the academy, but obviously our goal is, our primary goal is not to be offering a course and becoming an agency that offers courses. I think our goal from the beginning has been, can we develop a course and pass it on so that it's as widely disseminated in the world as possible? Working through partner organizations or by whatever strategy we do it, our goal is not that we are creating jobs for ourselves to teach. Our goal would be that we are creating a new product that could be widely disseminated and ultimately is available to the world. So these are a few of the, and then very important is who are our logical partners for this? And because we cannot do anything by ourselves, and who are those prospective partners? Last night in the meeting we had with on the World University Consortium, it was last night for me. It was still daytime for a lot of the others, but it was pretty late by the time we finished. But Kaka Sangalia said, well, my university is ready. And he also said he's still the president of the International Association of University Presidents. And he said, IAUP is ready. And I've known Kaka for years, actually since 2014. And this is the first time he's ever said that. So because he's looking for something, and he sees that IAUP is looking for something, the world is in such turmoil. So this is, this is a context for which I see the meeting, and I would open it up, turn it over to Remus, and let's see, can we get out the questions and how far we can get in exploring the answers to them.
Thank you, Gary. Hi, everyone. After your intervention, it's difficult to add something on the history of this project and the main stages of this project. Just to add a couple of ideas. One, I would like to underline the fact that we had last year with our conference that you organized in Geneva to have United Nations together with us. It is practically a recognition of the fact that we need a new approach when we talk about leadership. This is one idea. The second, I'm an educator. I graduated teacher training program. I worked in the ministry. I'm a university professor. I used to be dean, rector. And generally, when we speak about a new topic, immediately we think at our academic curriculum, which is good. We think to implement a master program, which might be good, or invite some young people to work on a PhD. However, I think our main role in the academy and at the university consortium is to catalyze the idea of a new leadership, then to do a master program or PhD, to write books. That will be done anyway, but in a different time framework. And United Nations will not wait now for 5 PhD candidates to finish their programs. They would be happy to have a partners that will help them to give an answer today. And for this reason, probably we have to set our objectives and our discussion today to be in this way. Okay, what can we do on very short term? What can we do at the level of universities? What can we do at the level of different international organizations? How can we work with other institutions that should have in their official mandate this responsibility? I'm not saying they are not doing the job. I'm saying maybe we can collaborate with them and together to push forward the topic. I'll give you some examples. United Nations University. European Union has a lot of specialized institutions on idea of governance, on leadership, on management. For example, in Florence, there is an institute on governance, so we can interact with them. They work by themselves to try to put together a new college called Governance College. And if we go to Asia, if we go to Africa, if we go to United States or Latin America, we'll find people asking exactly the same questions. So that will be a layer of work that we can have good results quite in a short term, because we build on our achievements, on their achievements. And also we discussed yesterday, I think, Gary, and I'll conclude here, we should have a product that you said to put together our vision on the possible new class, new course on leadership, global leadership, but also we are not intending to become providers of such classes, but as a rector of my university, National University of Political Studies and Public Administration in Bucharest. If I don't implement this class in my university, that means I don't consider important. How you can believe me when I preach about something like this, but I don't have it? So this could be another layer. And even so, I said it's the last point. The fourth point, I just read before attending this session, a discussion in Brussels about common curriculum across Europe on different topics. So that might be also a very deep layer of moving things. When you put this concept of global leadership in a kind of model curriculum, that will be an achievement. And is not necessary by World Academy of Art and Science, because we don't have countries and ministers of education under us, but together with the European Commission, together with United Nations University, together with other entities, we can provide a kind of model curriculum for such a project. I'll stop here, and Alberto, please.
Thank you. I fully agree with you, Remus and Gary. Actually, Gary, it's more years that we've been talking about this project. Remember, we started in Dubrovnik when we started the first, online and on presence. At any rate, I agree everything that you have said, Gary and Remus. I just want to put up what I think we should not do. That is as important as what we should do to have really meeting our mission and giving a real contribution. If you go and Google on sustainable master program courses, on leadership courses, you would see about at least in English 50,000 entrants, and some are very open to anybody's pocket, and they are all over the world. Even my institute is 40 years that offers a course that is called, and is well famous in 123 countries. I didn't create it. A pupil of Carl Rogers, like me, created, Tom Gordon. It's called Leader Effectiveness Training. The research says that's very good. They, hundreds of thousands of people have gone through. Well, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are also many more. But what is the need? We have to ask ourselves and do it scientifically, a need assessment. What there isn't, and that's what the United Nations, but also the United Nations Training Agency, UNITAR, that we have already project, could be willing to disseminate. What? To create a core curriculum where others in other culture, in other situation, in other community can add and subtract what is not needed, what doesn't fit, that is based on a sustainable construction of knowledge that has the three necessary legs. Otherwise, it's a stool that doesn't stand up. To know, to do, to apply the knowledge, but also to be. To be sustainable today is very important in terms of our relation to ourselves, to others, and to the world in terms of the living things on this planet. We need to apply scientifically validated pedagogy. And we do have a scientifically validated pedagogy that are not expanded so much for political reason of bureaucracy and of power, because Remus, as well as I do, better than me actually, being a rector, that, just in 2 days ago, I was nominated just to teach 2 courses in a university that I'm friendly. And I have a 7 paper to fill up that I needed the help of my secretary just to teach for 2 courses. The bureaucracy is so stifling that, we do something and it's already obsolete at the time that we have the approval. So I think we should have short courses, medium courses, like, course number 1, 2, 3, and then people can assemble it, and then they would develop, having what is working, what has to be improved in a master program, but not to wait by by the way, I have some university already interested. I launched one modest in Italian, master program, but it takes time, too much time. So I would say we do at the same time small courses without, accreditation, standard, traditional accreditation. And then we do courses, and we would have a university, and we'll create a consortium in all the continents, so it would be feasible for people to have accreditation or employability. And then the last 2 points I think are very important for me. We have to walk our talk. We're talking it, and it's important about sustainability. We're talking about a world academy. Well, we need effective, not teachers. Those are often the problem in the education. We need the effective facilitator of learning, people enthused, people caring, people that respect, and they don't see students that should obey to their order. They see people. They see people with the potentiality that they need to facilitate. And those professors need to represent the world. Cannot be all my age, although I would like to teach, and I'm teaching, I'm enthusiastic, has to be equal in terms of gender, nationality, ethnicity, religion. I mean, we have to really say that we practice what we preach. And last, I think that a real effective course is most convincing if we do a follow-up. And we can do actually 2 follow-up. We could create a cluster of people and create a participatory action research run by the students and assisted and coached by us, where they evaluate and improve the training. And also they suggest to all professors what are, like we do the last 40 years. Every year, I'm the president of my institute. We train doctors, psychologists, managers, etc. My students, which we don't call them students, we call it learner, they grade me on my knowledge, on my capacity to facilitate learning, of my good or bad manners, and they grade also the toilets, the secretary, everything, because they are human beings, and in my case, they pay directly out of their pocket their tuition. So they are much more happy and experienced, and it works. But we have a lot of problems to have a more in the university, because it touches power. It touches and it's more democratic. And that's exactly what is good. And the last thing is, I think we should be seriously involved in it, every stakeholder, but also the European Union, thanks to Marcel and others that know, Irina, the UNESCO. Ralph Wolf is a mine of experience and evaluation agency. We should try to do an offer. I fully agree with Gary, would be a very big mistake if we started to be a chicken shit outlet in competition with the other small kids in the block. We want to donate to the world, but of course we need the money to do and to carry out, to find the scholarship, and to have research. Our graduates, how they find employment, how they create a sustainable and entrepreneurial adventure, and how they could be our best marketing device. In my institute, we have no marketing, zero. And even at the open day, it's not me. I speak for 10 minutes. it's the students at the last year that, tell people what is good and what is bad in their experience. I think we can do a great service to the world also with the last quality. Keep humble and be generous with ourselves so we learn in this process.
Alberto and Gary, let me share with our guests the fact that we are so passionate about the topic that we use more than the 5 minutes of introduction. So that means we cannot ask our panelists to fit within the 5 minutes, but probably within 6-7 minutes, we should be able to put the main ideas on the table for discussion. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Gary. I am the tough guy this night, so I should keep the agenda and invite directly Ralph to have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be very brief because I think there are many people who want to speak and we want to have a discussion. I started this conversation in Berkeley and I've been not deeply involved since then. I live near Silicon Valley. I've worked with the people who founded Coursera and others, and I'd say, what the hell's taken so long? I think we have to be careful that the perfect is the enemy of the good here, and that the best way to get started, I've learned, is to start. Not to talk about starting, but to start. And to start small, there's a book called Little Bets. Secondly, I will say it does not cost a lot of money with today's technology to start. Not in competition with others, but to field test a core curriculum. The second point I would want to make is I've worked with over 200 universities and well over 1 million students as the head of an accrediting agency, and I have reviewed hundreds and hundreds of curricula and academic plans and new programs. We just need a template and to fill it out and make decisions for starters. I think we have to be careful that we know the content. If the issue is not what is the content, is how do we start small enough that we don't just drive ourselves crazy. And I think we start small, even with 1 or 2 courses, and you can put things up on the web for free. I mean, this is how MOOC started. There is such a quality. The other point I would want to make is I want to be careful that we're not, this is, I think higher education needs disruption. And we're seeing models for disruption. And I worry about putting old wine in the new wine in an old wineskin called a traditional paradigm of how education is delivered. We have to redefine what is the quality outcome? What is the quality? It's not just the content, but is the pedagogy current? Is it active learning? Is there mentoring? I could go on and on. I would just also have to say equity and equitable outcomes. There are so many, higher education has been the province of the elite, and leadership today, this is not just content, but are we delivering something that's equitably available to anyone? And I think we can do that with little money, with small starts, and University of the People, I don't know how many of you have heard that, well over 20,000 students, but everyone volunteered their time to teach, getting accredited now, been accredited by a national agency, now by my former agency at WAAS for recognition. And I would just add employability. Alberto, you raised that. We have to decide. We could make no decision, put it out there and say, let anyone come, put things on the web and see who comes. That's the way MOOC started. Or we can say, work with the UN and try to reskill and upskill and create a new paradigm. It doesn't stop us from doing anything. I just would like to begin. and learn, because to think that knowledge is solid or it has to be iterative. That's the whole new paradigm of learning. And so we have to be an iterative model of learning what we're doing. And the final thing I will just say, keep well within my 5 minutes, is there are many new models out there, not just Coursera. There's a subscription model. You pay $99 a month and you have access to hundreds of courses. There are things called masterclass, where there are people who are developing their own courses because of their desire, which is what we could do. And you can take them, and now they are working to build credit acceptance at universities. A straighter line, I could think of dozens of these new models. But what the technology has provided us is to deinstitutionalize learning. And I think we have to really be careful about thinking that learning occurs only in institutions and that our model has to be institution-based. I think it can be both and, institution-based and well beyond it. And finally, I just want to say technology should be our friend, our ally, not something we worry about. It's not only about the pivot that everyone's made to distance learning can show initially it was badly done, but it can be very well done with synchronous and asynchronous learning. And that this changes the pedagogy and it changes the role, our role, to being mentors, coaches, and developing deep inquiry, not just delivering lectures. In fact, the worst use of technology is to just put lectures up. That can be done elsewhere, but also it's to move on not only to person-centered education, but to personalized education, and through AI and the like. And I would just say that we should see how not only make sure that we address technology in the content of the curriculum, its good and its ugly side, and the disinformation and deep fakes and all of that, but how do we use technology to support iterative learning and to be more equitable and to be at the cutting edge. So I just will end by saying, I am one who is eager to just start and to just say, let's declare this is where we will begin. There is so much expertise in WAAS and so much talent in this group to pick 2 or 3 courses or combination and to say, let's put it up on the web and field test it. But to offer anyone a curriculum without it's being offered and without demonstrating its impact doesn't fit today's, I think today's strategy of demonstrating why anyone should adopt it. But I'm not sure we need the validation of others in a crowdsourced world. I think it's both and. I think we need to demonstrate it serves value and that it can be recognized. And as one who's run a quality assurance agency, there are global forms of recognition that are emerging. We could help and see about what we could do in that respect, or I could assist with getting US recognition for part of what we're doing. But I'm just one to say, start small, but let's start. I'm done.
Thank you, Ralph. Alberto?
Thank you, Ralph. We need you, that's clear. And the next, Antonio is the next speaker. Please, Antonio, unmute your mic, and I do my.
Well, I was planning to make a little presentation, but as Gary said, I'll try to begin by the end, but just the final. So I will share common framework for disseminate education globally. First, billions of people need both basic and higher education. I think basic and higher education, because basic, you cannot have a good higher education without basic education. We need more basic education than higher education. We need basic education because university basic education is regarded as a priority for developing countries and is the focus of the education for all movements led by UNESCO. I will list some benefits. An extensive number of studies have proven its benefits for public health, lower spread of HIV, better vaccination, prevention and medication of disease, better nutrition, lower maternity, infant, and child mortality. In demography, longer life expectancy, accelerate demography transition through better birth control. In the economy, increase the use of technology implies more productivity that leads to higher salaries and better purchasing power. Although more difficult to measure, include a beneficial impact on democracy, human rights, governance, and political stability through increased understanding of nonviolent ways to solve problems and mutual understanding between groups in conflicts. The Convention on the Rights of the Child, established by UNICEF in 1989, protects children's rights by setting standards for multiple issues, one of which is education. So we have a balance between basic education and higher education, and both are quite important. We cannot choose one over the other. Both are needed. I said, Ralph, online hybrid education are the new standard. Online hybrid education is the new standard. We need to teach the teachers, especially in basic education. How can we teach a guy that's in Africa, in South America, in a very hidden place in Amazon? So we need to teach the teachers all over the planet to get in touch with the new technologies, art, and science. The University Consortium should be, and this is my contribution, if it's one, the University Consortium should be an alliance of universities, alliance, without changing the culture or the spirit of any institution. Instead of forcing, instead of designing a new program, should be an alliance of institutions. I said, Rolf, we put the knowledge on the air, and we invite the institutions to use one by one. So I think this alliance, you are not forcing no one, because faculty, institutions, is very difficult to change. They are very difficult. Professors are very difficult people. So if you have an alliance, they keep the spirit, they keep the culture. So given that they have education there, like for instance, entrepreneurship, ethics, and so on and so forth, they could grab that and make to have a stronger program. This alliance could begin tomorrow. We don't need to keep thinking. We can, it's alliance. You are not forced to do everything. You do one by one. So inducing global leadership education should go step by step. Introducing global leadership education should go step by step. Example, Professor Rolf has a new program about and entrepreneurship, puts on there, and we invite the institutions to use it free. And who is going to give this? Our schools. The consortium will give the lectures. They are in the air, so they can use or not. So invite them to use. And this will be free. Okay? And inducing global leadership education should be step by step. Example, digital literacy, entrepreneurship, ethics, and so on and so forth. It means that universities that belongs to the World University Consortium should be the catalyst of the developments that people like Ralph and others will do and put on the air. Should be the catalyst of this alliance, this change. And what's the news? The change. The new alliance will induce dissemination of education globally. So the new alliance will induce the dissemination of education globally. The main thing about alliance is like suppose the air alliance, like the German alliance of transportation. You don't change the university. You don't change the institution. You just offer a service that they can grab and make it the education more powerful. But we should never, ever disconsider the need of basic education, because billions of people are moving to Europe and to other places because they don't have basic education. When you don't have basic education, you don't have public health, you don't have new jobs, your economy is weak, the demography is strange because you have more and more poor people. So with basic education, we have more public health, a better demography, and a striving economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio, for underlining so many important points, and especially we need to retool teachers' training and create an alliance. We are defining ourselves a network of networks, so it sounds feasible. Remus, you have to introduce the next speaker.
Yes, I will introduce Sue and kindly ask Sue to have the floor. But Gary encouraged us to interact, to have a vivid discussion. And I would like to say I agree with what was said till now, except the fact that professors are difficult people. I am not agreeing with this because I am not a difficult people and I am a professor. And the second aspect, in fact, you said basic education, to have a coherent policy on education. In fact, this means global leadership. And in fact, the question is the one deciding to have basic education and quality basic education, they have to understand the value of this decision instead of doing something else. So this is what we are trying to underline here. And in fact, we are not going to discover something new. I don't want to give any specific examples from different leaders around the world who just came saying, I don't believe the 5,000 scientists working on a topic. My feeling as a politician is to go in another way. So this is the kind of responsibility of leaders. The leader is not the smartest. The leader is one being able to get the correct decision based on a very large discussion and public dialogue. So this is my vision. So Sue, how we do our leaders of today and tomorrow to be sensitive to the very powerful voice of facts and figures.
So Remus, thank you so much. And I want to build on what both Alberto and Antonio talked about, as well as you, in terms of the fact that this is something that we've studied leadership for a long time. I would agree with you. I think we have the core principles behind it, but I'm going to take Paul's tack to say, well, maybe we ought to think about something that's new. What are some new things that are happening in leadership today? Because leadership's, ideas have evolved over time. Where are we today? And maybe we want to make sure that we include that. Then I want to talk a little bit about what Antonio said. He's exactly right. And the institution that I lead is full of students like this. He said there's billions and billions of people across this world who are uneducated. They need to be moving themselves up in the socioeconomic ladder so that they can have better health, better income. And it may well be that what they're being exposed to isn't allowing them to do that. So I would take the tack that Paul did, was maybe whatever we create, and it should be a consortium because it needs to have a global perspective to it, is something that is available to everyone in an easy way. Whether I'm in Kenya or whether I'm in Tasmania or whether I'm in Brazil, no matter. It is the rural places, not only here in the United States, but across the world, that are in most need, in my mind, of what leadership means. And it is those town leaders. It is the people who run the small businesses, the mid-sized businesses, who I think would benefit from it. So whatever we create, I think needs to be targeted not only for people who are interested in getting a degree, that's important, but how about all those billions and billions who don't have the opportunity for this? And maybe it's a non-credit, maybe it's a MOOC. One of the schools I work with is a small girls' school in India. They were so thrilled when they got 10 computers, but those 10 computers connected them with the world in a way that suddenly opened up the world to them. I want to think about that across the world and how we could make use of something like that. So that would be my piece. The other piece that I think is critically important is that whatever we create must have a global perspective. What does leadership look like in the United States? What does it look like in China? What does it look like in India? What does it look like in the European Union? Because some of the basic frameworks may be a tad bit different, and we need to be sensitive to that. So I guess it would be the sort of the cultural sensitivity to understanding, when you do leadership, what does that look like? And that we're respectful of and celebrate the strengths of each of the various countries that bring their various leadership styles to play. So that's my small piece. Again, it's taken from the perspective that at the end of the day, we need to figure out a way to help educate people who don't get that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sue. Alberto, I think Yehuda is asking for the floor. He was raising the hand a couple of times.
Yeah.
Am I right, Yehuda?
Yes.
Please open the mic. You have the mic muted. Okay.
Large shot. Much shot.
Hello all, my name is Or Katzman and I work for the YK Center and SDG Israel. I'm here to represent Professor Yehuda Kahane, Fellow and Treasurer of the World Academy of Arts and Science. Professor Kahane is here with us, however, he is unable to speak, so I will be speaking on his behalf. Because of time constraints, I will lay out some points. We are living through the Anthropocene era, an era where humans have become the major force affecting change on our planet. Environmental risks are threatening the thrivability of our society. The environmental risks require trillions of dollars in investments annually. We have very limited time, and trillions means that we require 1,000-fold of our current investments in the field and many more projects. This requires an unrecognized managerial input and tremendous effort on behalf of planners, engineers, economists, etc. This calls for transformation of nations, what we call transform nation. The United Nations achieved a remarkable agreement with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. All the member countries committed to reach the SDGs by 2030. The SDGs represent a paradigm shift, a globally united agenda. The states are responsible for that agenda, and the companies, NGOs, and citizens are required to join this effort. The COVID-19 pandemic has proven that we are able to transform our world, industries, culture, and work in a drastic way and within weeks. But the problem of climate change and other environmental changes is that they are long-term, while governments and business leaders are short-term thinkers. The true leaders are the ones with long-term foresight. How can we obtain the necessary funds? The pension funds need long-term investments to back up their commitments. If they were to invest in SDGs, it would be a perfect match. There should be one condition. The bonds to support these investments should have a high interest rate. There's now a conflict between the government that should be advancing SDGs and central banks who set their interest rates close to 0%, meaning there is no incentive for long-term growth and investments. As a rule of thumb, people should save about 30% of their income. But in contrast, the saving rate is close to zero. Also, each dollar invested in the SDGs will not bring high yields because of externalities that are not taken into account. The prospective investor only receives the economic profits, while others, government or the public, get the environmental and social benefits. We have no economic model that properly incorporates the social and environmental ideas. If the SDGs are the business of governments through regulation, they could do this by approximation, subsidies, or doing a revision of the national accounting standards. This way, we finance the SDGs and create a pension and jobs for millennials and future generations.
In rainflow is my volume zob in the country in the chat in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you, Alberto. It's your turn.
Now, going to the list of speakers, we have Grażyna from Poland, University of Warsaw. Nice to see you again, Grażyna, please.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you. And this is not the easy way to speak after such excellent representatives of different sciences. I'm actually working at the Warsaw School of Economics. It's not the part of the Warsaw University, but I'm deeply engaged in the leadership education, and my adventure with this type of education started with a collaborative project with the University of Minnesota when we started the executive MBA education in Poland. That absolutely was not prepared for this type of the project. So it was a very innovative initiative that brought a lot of benefits, but also I learned that we cannot just work on one standardized program that will fit to the needs to all of the potential users of this program. But of course, we have to understand that if we are speaking about leaders, and in my opinion, the leaders are those who have the followers. So the followers will bring the real value to the whole effort and to the virtue of the economy. And I am very happy that we agreed on the numerous circumstances that this program will be eventually developed jointly within the WAAS structure. And we agreed on the unprecedented scale, scope, and pace of change that is causing a lot of problems related to their complexity, to the level of uncertainty, level of ambiguity that is something different from uncertainty. And thus, from the management point of view, and this is my perspective, it creates so-called wicked problems. That there is no simple solution to those problems, and any standardized education cannot help us with. So there are some components that we have to take into account that this time, and strengthened by the pandemic, this is not the ordinary disruption, as somebody already pointed out, which could be managed with traditional bottom-up or top-down activities. Of course, both of them can be used, but this is not the type of situation that could be solved in the traditional and well-known way. So we really need a strategic approach on the global scale with a proper diagnosing and well-calibrated responses to those challenges that we actually define. So there is a lot of institutions that do such a work for us to define the challenges. So my conclusion from this observation, what happens around us in the world, is that to respond to these challenges, we have to learn faster than the pace of those changes. It will be extremely difficult because we don't have too much time to learn the best practices and to try to implement them and then to wait for results. There is no such a situation. Because this situation, like this disruption creates, it requires breaking some rules and beliefs but main issue is how to overcome the inertia of leading institutions of all levels, and how to properly address the common goal that is sustainability. For us, sustainability is absolutely evident priority. But when I'm teaching at the post-diploma programs and when I'm teaching students of sustainable development or corporate social responsibility, believe me, not too many people really understand the whole content of this box that is called sustainability. Some of them think, okay, we have to take care about the environment and it's our side effect, so we are responsible in a way. But hardly anybody puts all these three areas of activity into one box and tries to find the interfaces and tries to find the one solution. So what we really need is the global leaders who will be able to achieve this sustainability through well-designed actions and on adequate scale. One question is whether everything that we already have is worth to be sustained. So what should be really sustained? What are our priorities? It should be clearly defined, otherwise there will be a big mess and not a clear road ahead. So we have to undermine and we have to argue the status of existing educational models. So it's the logical way will be to base on IT data to size the opportunity or threat in from those 17th SDG goals. And we have to adopt both generalistic and specialistic knowledge, skills and mindsets, but it's not only the hard data. We also need a lot of soft skills and empathy to understand the real impacts on those changes on the different societies, because there is a totally different situation in poor countries. So if we have to solve such problems like hunger or poverty, we cannot solve those problems without the necessary level of empathy and understanding what is the scale of this phenomenon and what resources are needed, what extraordinary actions have to be undertaken in order to achieve the results. So that's why if we are speaking about this new type of education, it should be really based on not only on knowledge backed by data, but also on empathy and on emotional intelligence and it should be the base for discovery type of leadership. So it's not that I teach you what I already know, but we jointly have to discover the proper way of solving our problems and going ahead with our progress, social, economic, environmental progress. So this is a transformational approach based on creativity and on innovation, on just-in-time learning, or even faster learning than just-in-time, and on the development. So if we start from SDGs, we could adopt those two ways, bottom-up or top-down. And the question is, what is in between? Because there's a totally different perspective from the global level. It's we have the global data, we see the big picture, and we also have a good observation what is at our level where we operate. But what is in between? What are the processes that disaggregate global goals into well-structured flows or streams of actions, what sort of organizational form they should have in order to answer to those needs. Frequently, if I'm acting locally, it's not my role to think about the big world. The global players, they don't count to think about the specificity of situations that are really representing the whole diversity of potentials. So, the global leadership education, in my opinion, requires the ability to diagnose the need for change to stop adverse impacts on sustainability. So it's the diagnosis that is a key issue. Then the ability to identify the gap. So what is needed and what is the state of art. They have to have the ability to develop the ability to clear addressing problems, showing the cause-effect relationships, convincing people, creating, the need for change and understanding of the context of those problems, and setting up or using existing platforms for communication. That is absolutely the key issue, to communicate, to build partnerships. So our goal will be to address global problems to all levels of leadership and management, allowing them to design proper actions, lead and control the disciplined execution. I also have some, I don't know if I still have some time to speak. Alberta, could I continue or not?
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, we have to structure the problems within every SDG. Then we have to, sorry?
We still have 3 speakers, I just wanted.
Okay, thank you. So we have to address global problems to all levels and through structuring of problems within every SDG. So it should be treated separately because they are very specific and they have specific context in the global on the global map. And perhaps the climate change will be a priority. So perhaps the next step will be also seeing what the priorities are in terms of urgency, in terms of power of impact, and so on. Then we will have to define projects within each of SDGs. The next step will be defining synergies among SDGs and then projects. And at the end, there will be setting up a list of standalone projects, and also those where we identify some synergies should be put into the form of portfolios of projects. If those projects are not related logically, but have something in common, that it's better to lead them together, to manage them together. The second form is programs, when we have a set of interrelated projects, like the synergies between different SDGs. And the last one, form of organizing activities to bring some solutions. There are processes when some actions could be repetitive, could be standardized, and could be continued because this is their nature. So then our focus will be on creating those processes as lean as possible. So this is from organizational point of view. And in terms of
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Regina,
Thank you
you
very
said
much. We
so
are a
many
little bit
important
under
things
pressure.
and tons of research say that you're right. Effective leaders are able to speak effectively, but even more to listen effectively, which means not only open your ears, but also your heart. Thank you very much. And Lemos,
Yeah, Piero, please, you have the floor directly.
No, I have a lot of the idea, and I really hope projects to share with you. So I try to go fast. Global leadership education needs not only, in my opinion, complexity education with a systemic vision and approach. So we need to educate to see objects as systems, and I hope that we have future occasion to discuss this. But before sharing some proposals, for example, constitution of work and research groups, establishment of an international master course involving WAAS, various university departments and research center, or establishment of interdisciplinarity and innovative specialization course in complexity science, for example. I'd like to start from some strong idea. Education is citizenship, education is democracy, and democracy is complexity. And I would like to share some reflection and critical issue. It is evident that we must define different objectives and at different levels and of action that must take into consideration the historical and social context and the time frame to carry out these projects. There are many resistances, as you know, in the academic institutions. But as I mentioned, we have to overcome many problems and resistance. So we are forced to have a systemic and radical approach. It is necessary to create international cooperation agreements. But as I told you, we have a lot of resistance. We have to work a lot and to think to long period to create the conditions for a truly multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach, which concretely practices and not only simulates it. Today, all university courses, there are a lot of exceptions, as you know, speak and promote the principles and the approach we are discussing, but in reality, they do nothing but insert some scientific subject in the humanities area and vice versa. This is something very different. At the level of scientific research, there are countries in which scientific research and publications in disciplinary sectors other than their own are not even considered for the academic career. I think that this is a very, very big problem. We have to work hard and to think to long period to create the conditions for a truly multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach, as I told you, on that actually practices and not just simulates it. We must also work hard to change the culture of evaluation that is dominant, hegemonic today. Otherwise, scholars and researchers will not have an important motivation to pursue certain fundamental objective. We need to radically rethink our schools and university. There are a lot of affinities with the others' proposals, thinking of them as a single ecosystem, because it is from the university that our teachers and our researchers are generated. If our university continues to be based on a monodisciplinary vision and on reductionistic and deterministic approach, we will continue to have teachers and researchers so educated and trained, and all initiatives and projects will continue to have no profound and lasting effects. The ongoing global systemic emergency has once again shown the substantial inadequacy, not only of our organizational and systemic cultures, but above all of our educational and vocational institution, still connected to the age-old logics of separation. We have to go beyond what I call the false dichotomy. And if I have a short time, I'd like to share with you the table about false dichotomies between fields of knowledge and disciplines, which impede every kind of co-contamination in the face of problems and criticalities that demand a continual and systemic dialogue. And I have been saying for years, long before it came into vogue, facing an ever more evident and recognizable hypercomplexity, denoting the ongoing transformation for which the educational institution
Hello, Piero, we don't hear you.
Yeah, we lost him.
Is the support team able to help Piero? Otherwise, we wait some moments. Otherwise, I suggest that we switch to Giannani, since our time is not very large, and maybe Piero can finish after also Pavel has been sharing his thoughts. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go on because we have no control over his connection.
Okay, Giannani, you're on.
Thank you, Alberto. I would like to first talk about the source of the knowledge that we share in our course. The pandemic, the way it has been handled or mishandled, has been a lesson in global leadership in itself. All the good news and the not so good news that we've been reading, hearing, watching, they have altered our ideas of leadership and the characteristics of leaders that we need. Even our newspapers today are full of relevant, contextual, person-centered lessons on this subject. So the first point that I would like to make is learning is from everywhere in everything. So when we create a course, let us consider the formal as well as the informal learning spaces. Because in the past year, students have learned more outside the classroom than within. In fact, millions did not even set foot in the classroom. So let us have a syllabus, but let it not be fixed with something that evolve, something that we can co-create. Let us look for knowledge in traditional spaces, but let us also be open to knowledge from everywhere. My second point is about delivery of knowledge. When television was first invented, the news readers on TV behaved very much like the news readers on radio. They just read the news. And so in addition to hearing the news, like we did earlier on the radio, we saw the news reader's face as well. That was all. And now we have, reports from the ground and news flashing in some part of the screen and tickers scrolling, sometimes several scrolling at varying speeds. Even the weather report has, animation of rain and snow on the screen. Our online course classes today, they do what television did in the beginning. They replicate what is done earlier in the classroom for the most part without taking advantage of the unique possibilities of the digital space. We know online education has its weaknesses. The main issue being the person-to-person contact is not there, but it is also definitely a part of future education. So I believe we need to use it, explore its enormous possibilities and combine it in the best way possible with in-person learning in what we offer. And my final point, I agree with Ralph. Let's begin. This moment in time is significant because even as multiple crises threaten us, they also make it the best time for a transformation because problems always generate that intense pressure that compels people and organizations to overcome resistance to change and reinvent ourselves. So I suggest that we make a beginning. Thank you.
Important point, Giannani, that we shouldn't forget that we live and learn would be really a big mistake, ignorance, to think only at the university, only in school we learn. What a loss. Thank you for reminding us of the obvious that sometimes, it's easy to forget for educators. Piero is saying that his building is without electricity, And so I think Ramos will introduce our Pavel. That's you.
In the last period of time, I was with Pavel in different sessions, and he was doing all the time the difficult job at the end of the session to recatalyze the energy and to get our attention. So Pavel, please do your job.
Thank you, Ramos, for this kind invitation. And I think we had already a very exciting session and a lot has been said. So let me try to recapitalize a little bit by first of all asking, of course we need, I want to actually bring attention to the point that Gary made in the beginning, is how to make this practical and where the unique contribution of this particular course is going to land. So first of all, I think a lot of discussants mentioned that there are already many good examples of leadership courses, of entrepreneurship courses, and probably there is no point in repeating those. There has to be that additional layer that can be added. And we can think from two perspectives. One of them, of course, is a different type of curriculum that we really highlight global challenges, global problems, world dynamics, scientific worldview. This is really needed. But I think we also have to look at what is really emerging from the perspective of the leadership model itself. And one of the strongest recent trends that I think is very interesting for us to consider and integrate in this course, and where I think where its value added will be created, is this idea that Nora Bateson discusses as liminal leadership. The idea that leaders are not only people, let's say, that spearheading the change, that are those people at the top, but the leadership is a distributed function that exists in systems. And there is more in terms of supportive leadership that is required currently in the world, that is more like a backstage leadership, the leadership that is hosting type of leadership, a new model that really is less understood but more demanded in the world. The role of connectors, the role of weavers, of catalyzers, rather than the world of leaders that stand in front of the crowd and tell others what to do. So I think this course definitely needs to include this layer. And one more thing, that when we talk about leadership, it's not an intellectual, it's not the intellectual perspective that is most important in training leadership. What is much more important is actually to create an experience and to see it from the perspective of a journey rather than, let's say, a one-off interaction. So the question that I want to put to all of us, how can we catalyze this more as a community of practice of new type of leaders, rather than just let's say a product that is put into the world and kind of alienated from the community present here or the wider community of global leaders. It's more important to start integrating and reconnecting these diverse groups that hold, let's say, elements of the puzzle for addressing global challenges. And so to create such a lifelong learning journey, something that also Piero was touching upon, it has to be an ecosystem of learning experiences and courses, essentially. So one of the roles of World Academy and of the World University Consortium could be in actually organizing a process of federating and curating different types of learning journeys within, which can allow for, let's say, diverse pathways to create this leadership capacity. And also possibly not only these journeys should not only include, let's say, the classical educational component, but some kind of experiential component. So if we think about how these learning journeys need to be organized, this definitely will require some kind of new model of assessment that can support a trajectory that really becomes a lifelong learning trajectory for leaders. Last but not least, I think a lot of ideas have been mentioned about focusing on education as a space where a lot of change is catalyzed, and really the demand of new leadership within education. So from that perspective, we could consider creating a course that will also have that sectoral specificity, with education being maybe the first prototype. There are, of course, other sectors that are also very relevant: healthcare, governance, and so on. And so to cultivate the new generation of leaders through such a course, explicitly focusing on education. And going back to my original point, the idea of liminal leadership is this capacity of facilitating learning journey, hosting communities of change to actually support this process of cultivating new generation of leaders. And I could mention a number of communities that are trying to do this. I think from the practical standpoint, we can connect with them and involve their expertise, especially those communities that are doing this work on training, hosting expertise, weaving expertise, and so on. They need to be integrated in this process and their experience shared more widely with the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for your interventions. We have still 3 minutes, so I will kindly ask Alberto to use 1 minute. I used already a couple of minutes sharing with you some of my concerns, ideas, dilemmas. So Alberto, 1 minute.
Okay,
and
1
Gary.
minute to say, Pavel, I like very much your points, especially the need to create a federation of learning community, because as Sue Henderson said, we need to do it in the 5 continents and to all kind of people. And each learning community can be connected with everybody else. And so we're gonna learn everybody and sharing this learning, and so creating a facilitating process that is also a product, not only a process. Ramos?
Gary, please, you have the final 2 minutes of this session, with a promise, because we had some questions and some messages on chat. We'll try to have a kind of wrap up of this session and maybe to post some conclusions in a couple of days or weeks, which however, it's a topic that will develop also within the World University Consortium. Gary, please.
Well, out of my 2 minutes, I think I only need 1. And one, first, to thank everybody for a very productive session. I've made copious notes and I have a lot to think about. Second, I just wanted to highlight a point that Janani made of all the many good points we've heard, and that is, I think this is to be vibrant, we should draw our content from the context. And the world is moving quickly, and the most interesting thing will be to show the leadership challenges and effective actions in the world we live in that's unfolding on a day-to-day basis. That will really keep us relevant. And my third is I'd like to put it back, give the floor back to Ralph for the last minute or whatever it takes. Ralph, you've heard a lot from us and we've been going in different directions, all of which have a validity within a wider place. But I'd like to go back to your first point, is let's start. So from what you have heard, what do you see as the first steps to let's start? I want to make a start tonight. Or it's night here, it's midnight. But
this may require a vote, certainly not my own, because you all, I think the issue is, I want to go back to not having the perfect drive out the good. And I would have to say, I associate myself with so many comments. My view would be to, to do a both and, is to say, yes, we can work on affiliations, but I don't think we should stop there. I think personally, I would support taking 2 or 3 courses. We have tremendous expertise, and using them as foundational to the kind of global leadership, and to just mount them online and invite people to participate in the course and to create, as Pavel said, a learning community where we're working not as experts delivering the revealed wisdom, but we are co-creating the future together. And I think that's the main point, that our expertise has gotten us this far, but it has not solved the problems. The expertise is only foundational to co-creation. And we need global co-creation. And I would just say, pick 3 courses, create a mini certificate created by WAAS, and to say that and to get feedback. I mean, it could be 5 courses, but I mean, and volunteer to teach them. I don't know that it would take that much money to do it on Zoom, just as we're doing here. But I would agree, I just want to associate with what Janani said. Informal learning is equally as important. It just can't be one-way communication. We have to build networks. That's what the community is for. And I would also just add the word mentoring. The tremendous capacity of everyone here could be mentors for the future leaders. And that we ought to create a mentoring, that part of the curriculum would be the opportunity for mentoring, even virtual internships or opportunities to apply. So, and I would say that we could do this in collaboration with other institutions to create a project together. But those are just my ideas. There are so many wonderful ideas here. I have to say, I agree with everyone, but I want to get started. And I would like to get started small and not rely on anyone else's approval. If there's one thing I've learned from disruptors and 20-somethings, is they don't know the word no. They just do it. And I would just say, let's just try something and we'll learn from it, and we'll model the learning that comes from accumulative expertise, but not get stuck in that expertise. I'll stop.
Thank you.
I see Piero is back with more electricity.
Piero the second. I'm so sorry, but there was a general blackout. But I really hope that we can share in the future our ideas and project. So I have to go to the proposals. I think that we had to work at several levels. For example, for the constitution of work and research groups, for the establishment of an international master course that involving WAAS, universities, departments, and research center. I think that it's fundamental, as you told us, that we make networking and establishment also a real interdisciplinary innovative specialization course in complexity science and complexity theory. And I think also to the possibility of activation of an international research doctorate. And because in not only my opinion, I think that we are dealing also with the not so new ideology of simplification, supported by the ongoing technological transformation, which sees simplification as an absolute value. But here we need to ask ourselves, simplification should be considered opportunity or risk? To conclude my talk, the best itinerary is consequently, in my opinion, is will pursuing interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. In other words, those best equipped to prepare people to inhabit the current and future complexity, to inhabit, not manage, because complex systems are not managing. Those who will able to shape critical and elastic manner, I'd like to call them hybrid figures, open to the contamination among fields of knowledge and skills. Figures and profiles that will be constantly capable of perceiving the limits and borders of every form and nature as opportunity for growth and experimentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piero. May the electricity be with you, or battery next time.
Yeah, thank you once again to everyone. I will take the words of Gary when he made his introduction, considering this more a working group than a session in a conference. So if this is a working group meets regularly. So don't be surprised if we send you an email saying, please participate to the next meeting of our working group with some more concrete elements on the table, even with the small things that Ralph said we should start immediately. So if we have your approval, we'll do this way. Thank you, everyone, and let's go to have some rest.
I think you have the approval of everybody with enthusiasm and more.
I see.
So really, thank you.
See you tomorrow to the next day of the conference.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Ciao, a presto, a domani.
A presto, ciao. Ti porti le batterie.
Elettricità permettendo.